Hey guys, tonight we begin with a question that might sound strange at first. What if I told you that in the Middle Ages catching rats could make you richer than a master craftsman, more respected than a merchant, and sometimes even wealthier than minor nobility? I know, it sounds absolutely insane. But here's the thing. When the Black Death swept through Europe and killed nearly half the population, suddenly the person who could keep rats away from your home wasn't just useful. They were essential. They were powerful. And some of them became surprisingly bizarrely rich. Now, before we dive deep into this fascinating world of medieval pest control millionaires, I'd love it if you could hit that subscribe button and give this video a like, but only if you genuinely enjoy the journey we're about to take together. And hey, I'm curious. Where are you watching this from right now? Are you tucked in bed in California? Maybe you're listening from New York with rain tapping on your window? Drop a comment below. I read every single one, and I'd love to know where in the world you are right now. Alright, let's dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe turn on a soft fan for that gentle background hum, and let's step back in time together. Picture this. London, 1347. The streets are narrow, dark, and honestly, they smell terrible. There's no garbage collection, no sewage system as we know it today. People just throw their waste out the window into the street below. And in this world of filth and chaos, rats thrive. They're everywhere. In the walls, in the cellars, in the very beds where people sleep. But these aren't just annoying pests. These rats carry fleas, and those fleas carry something far worse, Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes the bubonic plague. When the Black Death arrived in Europe, likely through trade ships from Asia, it spread like wildfire. According to historian Philip Ziegler in his book The Black Death, published in 1969, between 1347 and 1353, this plague killed an estimated 75 to 200 million people. That's roughly 30 to 60% of Europe's entire population. Imagine losing half of everyone you know in just 6 years. Your neighbours, your family, your friends, gone. And the worst part? Nobody understood why. They didn't know about bacteria or fleas. All they knew was that where there were rats, death often followed. Now, you might think, okay, so people were scared of rats, but how does catching them make you rich? Well, here's where it gets interesting. Let me introduce you to a real person, Jack Black. No, not the actor and musician we know today. This Jack Black lived in Victorian England, which is technically after the medieval period, but his profession, and the fortune that came with it, had roots that stretched back centuries into the Middle Ages. Jack Black was Her Majesty Queen Victoria's official rat catcher, and before you laugh, let me tell you, this man wore a specially designed uniform, carried custom-made tools, and made what would be the equivalent of over $100,000 a year in today's money, just from catching rats. But let's rewind further back to the medieval period itself. During the 1300s and 1400s, rat catchers weren't just random people with traps, they were specialists, they were professionals. And in cities like London, Paris and Florence, they were in desperate demand. Here's how the business model worked, and trust me, it was absolutely brilliant in its simplicity. First, you had your basic service, pest removal. A wealthy merchant or noble would pay you to clear their home or warehouse of rats. But the rates? They varied wildly based on fear. After a plague outbreak, prices could triple or even quadruple overnight. It's basic supply and demand, but with a morbid twist. The more people died, the more the survivors were willing to pay to protect themselves. According to records from the City of London archives, a skilled rat catcher in the 15th century could charge anywhere from 4 to 8 pence per house, which might not sound like much until you realise that a labourer at the time earned about 3 to 4 pence per day, so clearing just 2 houses could earn you as much as a regular worker made in 4 days of back-breaking labour. And the really successful rat catchers, they'd clear 5, 6, sometimes 10 properties in a single week. But wait, there's more, and this is where it gets really weird. See, medieval rat catchers didn't just kill rats, they also caught them alive. Why? Because there was a thriving, bizarre market for live rats in medieval and early modern Europe, and this market had 2 main customers. First, the nobility and their cruel entertainment. There was a sport, yes, a sport, called rat baiting. Gentlemen and ladies would gather, place bets, and watch as dogs, usually terriers, were put into a pit with dozens of rats. The goal? See how many rats the dog could kill in a set amount of time. It was brutal, it was bloody, and people loved it. In fact, historian Emma Griffin, in her book Blood Sport Hunting in Britain since 1066, notes that rat baiting was so popular in the 18th and 19th centuries that special venues called rat pits were built specifically for this purpose. And the demand for live rats? Enormous. A good rat catcher could sell live rats for 2 to 6 pence each, depending on size and quality. Now imagine catching 50 rats in a week and selling half of them alive. That's additional income on top of your pest control fees. Some rat catchers, according to historical accounts, bred rats specifically for this market, essentially becoming rat farmers. It's darkly funny when you think about it. Making money both by removing rats and by providing them. The second market for live rats was even stranger, the medical and alchemical community. Medieval physicians and alchemists believed that rats, when prepared correctly, could be used in various treatments and potions. Rat fat was thought to cure earaches. Powdered rat skulls were used in remedies for, well, all sorts of things, most of which didn't work. But people believed in it, and belief creates markets, and markets create wealth. Now let's talk about a specific rat catcher whose story perfectly illustrates just how profitable and how dangerous this profession could be. His name was Tom, and we know about him from court records in Norwich, England, dated 1665. This was during one of London's later plague outbreaks, but the profession and the methods were the same as they'd been for centuries. Tom was what they called a freelance rat catcher, meaning he wasn't employed by the city but worked for private clients. According to the records, during the height of the plague, Tom charged premium rates, 1 shilling per house for basic clearing, and an additional fee for any ongoing prevention work. For context, 1 shilling was 12 pence, so he was charging the equivalent of 3 to 4 days of a labourer's wages for a single job. But Tom had a secret that made him even more successful, and this is where we see the business genius of medieval rat catchers. He offered what we'd now call a subscription service. For a monthly fee, he'd return to your home or business every 2 weeks to check for new rats and reinforce protections. Wealthy merchants loved this because it gave them peace of mind. And Tom, he built a steady, recurring income stream. Clients who paid him month after month, year after year. At his peak, according to the court testimony, Tom had over 40 regular clients, each paying him 6 pence per month. That's 240 pence per month, or 20 shillings, an absolutely enormous income for a working-class person. To put it in perspective, a master carpenter at the time might earn 8 to 10 shillings per month. Tom was making double that, just from his subscription clients, not even counting his one-time jobs. But here's the tragic part of Tom's story. He died of the plague. The very disease he'd spent his career fighting against eventually claimed him. His tools and equipment were burned, as was customary, but his savings, carefully recorded in the court documents because he went into probate, amounted to over 15 lons, which in today's money would be roughly $30,000 to $40,000 in pure savings. For a working-class man in 1665, that was extraordinary wealth. So what can we learn from these medieval rat catchers? What's the bigger lesson here? I think it's this. Extreme need creates extreme opportunity. When people are desperate, when they're afraid, when they face a problem they can't solve themselves, that's when solutions become incredibly valuable. The rat catchers understood something fundamental about human nature. We'll pay almost anything to feel safe. But there's also something a bit uncomfortable to consider. These men, and occasionally women, though that was rare, profited directly from tragedy. The worse the plague, the richer they became. It's a moral grey area, isn't it? On one hand, they provided a genuine necessary service. On the other hand, their business model relied on suffering. And you know what's wild? We see the same dynamic today. During the COVID-19 pandemic, companies making masks, ventilators, and hand sanitizer saw explosive growth. Some became incredibly wealthy. Is that wrong? Or is that just economics? I'll let you think about that as you drift off tonight. One more story before we move on, because I think this one really captures the strangeness and the ingenuity of these medieval entrepreneurs. There's an account from Paris, around 1420, documented in the records of the Châtelet court, about a rat catcher named Guillaume. Guillaume had a reputation for being the best in Paris, but he also had a reputation for being theatrical. Whenever he was called to a wealthy home, he'd arrive in a special leather outfit, carry ornate traps made of iron and wood, and he'd perform what we might today call a ritual before beginning his work. He'd walk through the house, examining every corner, every shadow, narrating his observations in a low, serious voice. Yes, I see the signs, the marks upon the floor. This is a grave infestation indeed. He was essentially a performer, creating drama and suspense around pest control, and the wealthy clients ate it up. They felt like they were getting not just a service but an experience. Guillaume's rates were triple what normal rat catchers charged. And according to the court records, which we have because he was eventually sued by a client who claimed Guillaume hadn't actually removed all the rats, Guillaume had saved enough money to purchase a small house in Paris and owned rental property that generated additional income. A rat catcher owning rental property. Think about that for a moment. The lawsuit, by the way, was dismissed. The judge ruled that Guillaume had fulfilled his contract and the client's expectations were simply unreasonable. Even in medieval Paris, apparently, some people expected perfection. So here's what I want you to take away from tonight's story. Wealth in the Middle Ages didn't just come from being born into nobility or becoming a successful merchant. Sometimes it came from the strangest, most unexpected places. It came from being willing to do the work others feared. It came from solving problems others couldn't or wouldn't solve. And sometimes it came from catching rats. These rat catchers were clever entrepreneurs who understood their market, diversified their income streams, created customer loyalty through subscription services, and charged premium prices during times of crisis. Strip away the medieval setting and the rats, and you've got a business model that wouldn't look out of place in a modern startup pitch. Pretty wild, right? Now, as we prepare to move into our next story, I want you to think about this. If catching rats could make you wealthy, what about selling something even more intangible? Something spiritual? What if you could sell hope? What if you could sell forgiveness itself? Because in the next part of our journey tonight, we're going to explore an even stranger medieval economy, one where pieces of bone, scraps of cloth, and even vials of supposed holy water could trade for fortunes. We're talking about the relic trade, where enterprising souls made enormous wealth by selling pieces of saints, or at least what they claimed were pieces of saints. Trust me, That story gets even more bizarre than this one. But for now, just let that thought settle in. The rat catchers have shown us one path to medieval wealth. In a few moments, we'll discover another. One that's equal parts fascinating, disturbing, and surprisingly clever. Stay with me. The night is young, and we've got so many more strange stories to unfold together. So we've just seen how rat catchers built fortunes from fear and necessity. But now, let me ask you something that might make you a little uncomfortable. What would you pay for a piece of heaven? Not metaphorically, I mean literally. What if someone offered you a fragment of bone that they claimed belonged to St. Peter himself? Or a piece of cloth that supposedly touched the body of Christ? And what if owning that piece could guarantee your salvation, protect your family from disease, or even perform miracles? In medieval Europe, people didn't just believe these things were possible, they were absolutely certain of it. And that certainty created one of the most profitable, most bizarre, and honestly most ethically questionable industries in human history, the relic trade. We're talking about an economy worth millions, perhaps even billions in today's currency, built entirely on faith, hope, and, well, let's be honest, a whole lot of fraud. Let me set the scene for you. It's around 1150, and you're walking through the streets of Canterbury, England. The cathedral looms above you, magnificent and imposing. Inside, thousands of pilgrims have gathered, and they're all here for one reason, to see the shrine of St. Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury who was murdered in 1170. But here's what's wild. Even before Becket was officially declared a saint by the Pope, pieces of his clothing, drops of his blood, and eventually fragments of his bones were already being sold to believers. According to historian Patrick Geary, in his groundbreaking book Furta Sacra, Thefts of Relics in the Central Middle Ages, published in 1978, the medieval relic trade was comparable in economic scale to the spice trade. Think about that for a moment. We often hear about Marco Polo and the fortunes made from pepper and silk, but selling pieces of dead saints, that was just as lucrative, if not more so. The Cathedral of Canterbury kept meticulous financial records, and these documents, preserved in the Canterbury Cathedral archives, show us something remarkable. In the years following Becket's martyrdom, the cathedral's income increased by over 400%. 400%. Pilgrims came from all over Europe, and they didn't just come to pray, they came to buy. Small vials of holy water that had supposedly washed Becket's blood-stained floor, 2 pence. A tiny fragment of cloth that had touched his tomb, 6 pence. An actual bone fragment, authenticated by the cathedral monks. That could cost anywhere from a shilling to several pounds, depending on the size and the wealth of the buyer. And Canterbury wasn't unique. Every major cathedral, every important monastery, every significant church across Europe had its own relics and its own revenue stream. Now you might be wondering, where did all these relics come from? I mean, there are only so many saints, right? And each saint only has so many bones. Well, this is where things get really interesting and really shady. Let me introduce you to a character from literature who perfectly captures the reality of medieval relic sellers, the Pardoner, from Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales, written in the late 1390s. Now, Chaucer's Pardoner is fictional, but he's based on very real people. In the story, the Pardoner openly admits, boasts even, about his scams. He carries pig bones and claims they're the bones of saints. He has brass rings that he sells as holy relics, and he's absolutely shameless about it because, as he says, the people want to believe, and their belief makes him rich. Chaucer wasn't making this up. He was satirizing a real widespread practice. In her book Pilgrimage in Medieval England, published in 1977, Historian Diana Webb documented numerous cases of relic fraud brought before ecclesiastical courts. One case from 1305 involved a travelling merchant named Ralph, who was caught selling pieces of the true cross. When authorities examined his inventory, they found he had enough wood fragments to build an entire ship. Ralph claimed each piece was authentic, blessed by the Pope himself. The court didn't buy it, literally or figuratively, and Ralph was sentenced to public penance. But here's the kicker. Before he was caught, Ralph had been operating for over 7 years and had accumulated wealth equivalent to a minor landowner. 7 years of selling fake holy wood and he'd become genuinely rich. The scale of relic fraud becomes even clearer when we look at some specific examples. Let's talk about St. Catherine of Alexandria. According to legend, she was martyred in the 4th century, and her bones were said to perform miracles. Churches across Europe claimed to possess her relics, but when historians started cataloguing these claims in the 19th century, they found something absurd. There were enough authentic bones of St. Catherine scattered across European churches to account for roughly 6 complete skeletons. 6 St. Catherines. Either she had miraculous regenerative powers, or somebody was lying, and it wasn't just bones. The Basilica of the Holy Blood in Bruges, Belgium, claims to possess a vial of Christ's blood. The Cathedral of Trier in Germany has the Holy Robe, supposedly worn by Jesus. The Church of San Giovanni in Laterano in Rome claims to have the heads of both St. Peter and St. Paul. And here's my favourite, or maybe most disturbing. At least 30 different churches across Europe claim to possess the foreskin of Jesus Christ. 30. I'll let you think about the theological and biological implications of that claim. But people believed, or at least they wanted to believe, and that desire created a market. So how did the business actually work? How did someone go from having a random bone to having a fortune? Let me walk you through the typical process based on documented cases from the 13th and 14th centuries. Step 1. Acquisition. You needed to get your hands on a relic, real or fake. The most common sources were stealing from other churches. Yes, this happened constantly. There are records of monks breaking into rival monasteries to steal valuable relics, purchasing from grave robbers who dig up old cemeteries, especially in Rome or the Holy Land, simply fabricating them, taking animal bones, aging them in soil or tea, and claiming they were sacred, discovering them through divine revelation. Conveniently, God often revealed relics to people who needed money. Step 2. Authentication. This is where it got creative. You'd need some kind of documentation, a letter from a bishop, a papal seal, real or forged, or testimony from witnesses who'd seen miracles performed by the relic. Some enterprising relic sellers even paid scribes to create elaborate backstories, complete with fake Latin texts describing the relic's history. Step 3. Marketing. This was crucial. You couldn't just show up with a bone and say, "Hey, this is St. Peter's finger." You needed spectacle. Successful relic sellers would stage miracles, arrange for possessed people to be cured when they touched the relic. They'd spread stories about the relic's power through travelling preachers. Some even commissioned songs and poems about their relics to be performed in taverns and market squares. Step 4. Sales. The wealthiest clients were churches and monasteries themselves, which would pay enormous sums for prestigious relics. According to the accounts of the Abbey of Cluny in France, in 1245 the abbey paid £100, roughly equivalent to $150,000 today, for what was claimed to be a tooth of St. Mary Magdalene, one tooth, for $150,000. But relic sellers also marketed to common people through what we'd now call a tiered pricing strategy. Can't afford an actual relic? No problem. You could buy a small medal that had been blessed by touching the real relic. or holy water that had washed the relic, or even just a piece of paper with a prayer written on it, blessed in the presence of the relic. There was a product for every budget. Now let me tell you about one specific relic dealer who exemplifies both the genius and the moral bankruptcy of this trade. His name was Diosdona, and he operated in Rome during the early 9th century, around 820 AD. Diosdona, whose name literally means gift of God, which is wonderfully ironic, was essentially a middleman between Rome's catacombs and churches across Europe that desperately wanted prestigious relics. Rome was full of early Christian burial sites, and while grave robbing was technically illegal and certainly sacrilegious, Diosdona found a loophole. He claimed that he was rescuing these holy remains from neglect and giving them proper veneration in new churches. The Frankish monk Einhard, who served under Charlemagne and later wrote extensively about his experiences, documented his dealings with Diosdona in a text called Translation et Miracula SS, Marcellini et Petri, written around 830. According to Einhard, Diosdona offered him relics of numerous saints, complete with documentation and seals. Einhard, being an educated skeptic, was initially suspicious, but Diosdona's presentation was so convincing, his documentation so detailed, and his testimonials so numerous that Einhard eventually purchased relics of St. Marcellinus and St. Peter, not the apostle but a different martyr, for a substantial sum. The exact amount isn't recorded, but Einhard notes it required getting special funding from his monastery. What makes Diosdona's story fascinating is that Einhard himself later admitted in his writings that he couldn't be entirely certain the relics were authentic, but by that point, the relics had already performed miracles at his monastery, and pilgrims were coming from miles around. Whether the relics were real or fake had become almost irrelevant. The belief in them was real, and that belief had real effects, both spiritual and financial. Diosdona, by the way, became quite wealthy. Historical records show he purchased property in Rome and eventually retired comfortably. A gift of God indeed, at least for him, but here's where the story takes an even darker turn, and where we need to talk about the actual human cost of this trade. You see, the demand for relics was so intense, and the potential profits so enormous, that it led to something truly disturbing: the desecration of graves on a massive scale. In his book, The Cult of the Saints in Late Antiquity, published in 1981, historian Peter Brown documents how grave robbing became so widespread in medieval Italy that some cemeteries had to post armed guards. And even then, there are records of guards being bribed to look the other way. There's an account from 1155, recorded in the archives of the monastery of Saint-Denis near Paris, about a group of grave robbers who were caught digging up a cemetery outside Rome. When questioned, they confessed they'd been operating for 3 years and had excavated over 200 graves. The bones were sorted. The best preserved ones were treated with oils and spices to make them look and smell holy, then sold to relic dealers. The rest were simply discarded. 200 graves, 200 families' ancestors, disturbed and desecrated, all for profit. And you know what happened to those grave robbers? They were sentenced to penance, and then released. Why? Because some of the bones they'd provided had already been installed in important churches, and those churches weren't about to admit they'd been housing fake relics. It was easier to quietly let the whole thing go. The economics of the relic trade were truly staggering. Economist and historian John Monroe, in his research on medieval financial markets, published in the Journal of Economic History in 1991, estimated that the relic trade in the 13th century represented approximately 2–3% of the total European economy. That might not sound like much, but consider, that's roughly equivalent to the entire construction industry or the entire wine trade. We're talking about billions of dollars in modern terms, flowing through an economy based on fragments of bone and scraps of cloth. Churches understood this perfectly well. The Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela in Spain, which houses the supposed remains of St. James the Apostle, conducted what might be the first known economic impact study of religious tourism in 1207. Their records, still preserved today, calculated that pilgrims visiting the shrine generated revenue not just for the cathedral, but for inns, taverns, shops, and guides throughout the region, totaling an amount equivalent to approximately 15% of the local economy. 15% from one shrine, one set of bones. Is it any wonder that churches and enterprising merchants were willing to bend the truth or break it entirely to get in on this market? Here's a question I want you to consider as we start wrapping up this part of our journey. Were the relic sellers evil, or were they simply giving people what they wanted? The medieval faithful genuinely believed that these relics had power. They believed that touching a saint's bone could heal their sick child, protect their village from plague, or secure their place in heaven. And when they purchased these relics, when they prayed before these shrines, many of them reported feeling comfort, hope, and even experiencing miracles. So if the bone wasn't really from St. Peter, but believing it was from St. Peter made someone's life better, does that make the seller a fraud? Or a provider of hope? I don't have an easy answer for you, but I think it's worth pondering as you drift off tonight. What I do know is this. The relic trade shows us something fundamental about human nature and economics. We're willing to pay extraordinary amounts for things that can't be measured, weighed, or proven. For faith, for hope, for the promise of something beyond our ordinary lives. And there will always be people clever enough or desperate enough or cynical enough to profit from that willingness. The medieval relic sellers understood marketing, branding, authentication, tiered pricing, and creating emotional connections with customers. Strip away the religious context, and you've got a business model that would fit right into modern consumer culture. We might not be buying saints' bones anymore, but we're definitely still buying promises of transformation, protection, and transcendence. We've just upgraded from finger bones to smartphones and supplements, so we've explored the rat catchers who built wealth from fear and the relic sellers who built fortunes from faith. But what about those who promised to turn the very fabric of reality itself, to transform lead into gold? In just a few moments, we're going to meet the alchemists. These weren't just medieval scientists experimenting in dark laboratories. Many of them were shrewd business people who understood something profound. You don't actually have to deliver gold to get rich. You just have to convince people, especially wealthy, powerful people like kings and nobles, that you're on the verge of success, that you're this close to unlocking the secrets of the universe. And the funding? Well, that'll keep flowing as long as the dream stays alive. Trust me, their story makes the relic sellers look almost honest by comparison. And some of them, against all odds, actually did stumble into real wealth, though rarely in the ways they expected. But that's a tale for the next part of our journey. For now, just rest with this thought. Whether it's rats, relics, or the philosopher's stone, the path to riches in the Middle Ages was rarely straightforward, rarely fair, and almost always stranger than we imagine. Stay with me. The night is deep and we're just getting started. All right, let's talk about failure. Specifically, let's talk about how you can fail spectacularly at your stated goal over and over again for decades and still die rich, respected, and remembered for centuries. That's the paradox of medieval alchemy. These men, and occasionally women, spent their entire lives trying to do something impossible, turn lead into gold. They never succeeded, not once, not ever. And yet, Some of them accumulated wealth that would make modern tech entrepreneurs jealous. How? Because they understood something that's just as true today as it was 600 years ago. Investors don't pay you for success. They pay you for the promise of success. They pay you for hope. And if you can keep that hope alive long enough, well, you might just get rich from trying. Let me start with probably the most famous name in medieval alchemy, Nicolas Flamel. Now, if you've read Harry Potter, you know this name. In the books, Flamel is this ancient wizard who created the Philosopher's Stone and achieved immortality. But here's the thing. Nicolas Flamel was a real person. He lived in Paris in the 14th and 15th centuries, and he did become extraordinarily wealthy. The question that's fascinated historians for 600 years is, how? The official story, the one that Flamel himself helped spread, goes like this. He was a humble scribe and bookseller. One day, around 1357, a mysterious stranger sold him an ancient coded manuscript, supposedly written by Abraham the Jew, containing the secrets of alchemy and the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone. Flamel spent decades trying to decode it, consulting with scholars and alchemists across Europe, and then supposedly he cracked it. He learned how to transmute base metals into gold. That's the legend, and Flamel did nothing to discourage it. In fact, he actively promoted it. But here's what we actually know from historical records, as documented by historian Eugène Cancelier in his 1960 work Alchemy, études diverses de symbolisme hermétique et de pratique philosophale. Nicolas Flamel was a successful scribe and bookseller who invested heavily in Parisian real estate during a period of economic recovery following the 100 Years' War. City records from the Archives Nationales in Paris show that between 1380 and 1410, Flamel purchased at least 14 properties in Paris, including rental houses and shops. He also made generous donations to churches and commissioned elaborate works of art, all very publicly, all very visibly, according to the financial historian Jacques Le Goff. In his book Money in the Middle Ages, published in 2012, Flamel's documented legitimate income from his scribble business and real estate holdings would have been sufficient to explain his wealth. But Flamel himself wrote books. Yes, actual books that still exist, claiming his fortune came from alchemy. Why would he do that? Here's my theory, and it's shared by many historians. The alchemy story was marketing. It was branding. Think about it. If you're a real estate investor in medieval Paris, you're just another wealthy merchant. But if you're the man who discovered the secret of transmuting lead into gold, you're legendary, you're mysterious, you're someone kings want to meet, someone the church watches carefully, someone everyone talks about. The legend made Flamel more valuable than his actual gold ever could, and that legend has kept his name alive for 6 centuries. Not bad for a real estate investor with a good story. But Flamel's approach, using the legend of alchemy to enhance actual legitimate wealth, was actually the less common path. Most alchemists took a different route. They convinced wealthy patrons to fund their research, and they lived off that patronage. This is where it gets really interesting because medieval alchemy created what we'd now call a venture capital system. Nobles and royalty would invest in alchemists the way modern investors invest in startups. And just like with startups, the vast majority failed to deliver returns. But the potential payoff was so enormous, infinite gold, that investors kept funding them anyway. Let me give you a specific example. In the late 14th century, there was an alchemist named John of Rupecissa, a Franciscan friar whose writings were studied throughout Europe. In his treatise Liber Lucis, written around 1350 and preserved in multiple medieval manuscripts, he claimed to have discovered the quintessence, a universal elixir that could not only transmute metals, but also cure diseases and extend life. Did he ever demonstrate this working? No. Did he ever produce gold? There's no evidence he did. But his writings were so compelling, so detailed, so confident, that he attracted patronage from multiple noble families. According to records from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, John of Rupert-Cissa received funding from at least 3 different French nobles over a 20-year period. He lived comfortably, had access to expensive materials and equipment, and died peacefully in his monastery, never having transmuted a single ounce of gold. The secret. He was brilliant at updating his patrons on his progress. He'd write detailed letters explaining how he was so close to the breakthrough, how just one more rare ingredient or one more experiment would unlock the secret. He was essentially running the medieval equivalent of a tech startup that's always 6 months away from launch. And you know what? His patrons kept believing, kept funding, because the alternative, admitting they'd been fooled and wasted their investment, was too embarrassing. Now here's where alchemy gets really clever as a business model. Alchemists weren't stupid. Most of them knew they couldn't actually create gold. But they discovered that in their experiments trying to transmute metals, they accidentally created other valuable things. And those things they could sell. Take dyes, for instance. In the process of treating metals with various chemicals, acids, salts, plant extracts, alchemists discovered how to create incredibly vibrant, stable dyes. Purple dye, in particular, was extraordinarily valuable. According to historian Jenny Balfour Paul in her book Indigo Egyptian Mummies to Denim, published in 2011, certain synthetic dyes discovered by alchemical experimentation could sell for prices equivalent to 10 times the cost of the raw materials. An alchemist named Jabir ibn Hayyan, working in the 8th century in the Islamic world, so slightly before our medieval European period but highly influential on it, documented in his writings over 70 different chemical processes. Many of these were attempts to create gold. None succeeded. But along the way he figured out how to purify acids, how to create various metal alloys, and how to produce compounds used in medicine and cosmetics. His actual legacy? He's considered one of the fathers of chemistry. His stated goal? Failed completely. This pattern repeated throughout medieval alchemy. They were trying to make gold and ended up inventing perfumes, medicines, metal alloys, glass-making techniques, and acid purification methods, all of which had real commercial value. In other words, alchemists monetized their failure. They sold the byproducts of their impossible quest. That's actually brilliant when you think about it. Let me tell you about one of the most successful alchemist entrepreneurs of the medieval period, a man named George Ripley, who lived in England in the 15th century. Ripley was the Augustinian canon, basically a religious scholar, but his real passion was alchemy. In 1471 he wrote a text called The Compound of Alchemy, which became one of the most widely copied alchemical texts in medieval England. The manuscript still exists in multiple versions in places like the British Library and the Bodleian Library at Oxford. In this text, Ripley outlined 12 gates, or stages, to creating the Philosopher's Stone, each described in elaborate poetic language full of metaphors and symbolic imagery. Here's the kicker. The instructions are deliberately obscure. Scholars have been trying to decode Ripley's actual meaning for 500 years and still argue about what he really meant. Was this because Ripley wanted to protect dangerous secrets? Or was it because there were no actual secrets to protect, and the obscurity was the point? I lean toward the latter, because here's what we know Ripley actually did. He sold copies of his manuscript. He offered consultations to wealthy nobles who wanted to understand his methods. He accepted gifts and patronage from multiple sources, including, according to some accounts, King Edward I himself, and he created a brand, the Ripley system, that other alchemists studied and tried to replicate for generations. According to historian Lawrence Principe, in his book The Secrets of Alchemy, published in 2013, Ripley likely earned more from teaching and writing about alchemy than most successful merchants earned from actual trade, and he never had to demonstrate that his methods worked, because alchemy was understood to be a spiritual as well as physical process. If it didn't work for you, well, maybe you weren't spiritually pure enough yet. The failure was yours, not his system's. It's the perfect unfalsifiable business model, and it made George Ripley quite comfortable for the rest of his life. But perhaps my favourite alchemist story, the one that really captures both the brilliance and the absurdity of this whole enterprise, involves a man named Tycho Brahe. Now, Tycho was primarily an astronomer, and he lived in the late 16th century, so technically just past our medieval period. But his story is too perfect not to share, and his career was built on medieval patronage models. Tycho Brahe was a Danish nobleman who became one of the most important astronomers in history. His measurements of planetary positions were so precise that they later allowed Johannes Kepler to formulate his laws of planetary motion. But here's what most people don't know. Tycho was also an alchemist, and he used alchemy to secure his funding. King Frederick II of Denmark gave Tycho an entire island, the island of Hven, along with funding to build an observatory and laboratory. According to historian John Robert Christensen, in his biography on Tycho's Island, published in 2000, the king's annual stipend to Tycho was approximately 1% of the entire Danish state budget. 1% for one scientist. Why would the king provide such extraordinary funding? Because Tycho promised three things: astronomical observations that would bring glory to Denmark, astrological predictions that would help the king make decisions, and, here's the kicker, alchemical research that would eventually produce gold and the elixir of life. Did Tycho believe he could actually create gold? The historical evidence suggests he was skeptical but willing to maintain the appearance of trying, because that's what kept the money flowing. His letters to the king, preserved in Danish archives, carefully balance astronomical achievements with vague updates about alchemical progress. He was managing expectations like a modern CEO handling investor relations. Tycho lived extraordinarily well. His observatory, Uraniborg, was more like a castle. He had a staff of dozens. He imported instruments from across Europe. He lived like nobility, which, to be fair, he was. But his lifestyle was funded by the promise of gold he never delivered. When King Frederick died, and the new king, Christian IV, proved less generous, Tycho's funding was cut. And what did Tycho do? He found a new patron, Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II, who was even more obsessed with alchemy than Frederick had been. Tycho moved to Prague, got new funding, built a new observatory and continued his work. He died in 1601, wealthy and famous, having never transmuted a single piece of lead. But he did revolutionize astronomy, and indirectly physics. Not bad for a side project you pursued while pretending to make gold. So what's the lesson here? What's the bigger picture we should take from the alchemists? I think it's this. Sometimes the journey is more valuable than the destination, even if you never reach the destination. The alchemists were wrong about transmutation. Fundamentally, completely wrong. You cannot turn lead into gold through medieval chemical processes. The atomic structure simply doesn't allow it. But in trying, they invented chemistry. They developed laboratory techniques. They discovered countless chemical reactions and compounds. They created the scientific method of careful observation and documentation. And some of them got rich in the process, not from achieving their goal, but from the pursuit itself. There's something oddly inspiring about that, isn't there? The idea that you can fail at what you set out to do and still create value, still make discoveries, still leave a legacy. And there's something very human about the patrons who funded them. These kings and nobles knew on some level that alchemy probably didn't work, but they wanted to believe. They wanted to hope that maybe, just maybe, this one alchemist would be the one who cracked the code. Because if infinite gold were really possible, wouldn't you pay almost anything for a chance at it? Hope is expensive. It always has been. You know what else is expensive? Forgiveness. Not the personal kind. I mean the official, institutional, church-sanctioned forgiveness of your sins. And in just a moment, we're going to explore one of the most controversial, most profitable, and most influential business models in medieval history, the sale of indulgences. We're talking about the practice that literally split Christianity in half, that sparked the Protestant Reformation, that Martin Luther nailed 95 theses to a church door to protest. But before it became a scandal, it made certain people unfathomably wealthy. Think about it. If alchemists sold the promise of gold and relic sellers sold the promise of miracles, the pardoners and indulgence sellers were selling something even more valuable. They were selling heaven itself. They were selling the guarantee that when you died, your soul would skip purgatory and go straight to paradise. And you know what people will pay for heaven? Pretty much everything they have. So take a deep breath, settle in a little deeper into your pillow, and prepare yourself for a story about how the medieval church became one of the most successful sales organizations in human history, and how that success eventually led to its greatest crisis. The alchemists showed us how to profit from impossible promises. Now let's see what happens when those promises involve eternal salvation. We're going deeper into the strange economics of medieval faith, and trust me, it gets even more fascinating from here. Imagine standing in a crowded town square in Germany around 1517. There's a man on a wooden platform dressed in fine robes, his voice booming across the marketplace. He's not selling vegetables or cloth. He's selling something far more valuable. He's selling years. Years off your sentence in purgatory. Years of torment you won't have to endure after you die. And the price? Well, it depends. Got little money? That'll shave off a few months. Got more? We can talk decades. Got a lot? Well, friend, we might be able to get you straight to heaven. This was real. This actually happened. And the man doing the selling, his name was Johann Tietzel, and he was quite possibly the most successful salesman of the entire medieval period. He had quotas to meet, territories to cover, and a commission structure that would make a modern sales executive jealous. Oh, and his sales pitch, it's become famous, or infamous, throughout history. As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs. Welcome to the indulgence trade, where salvation met capitalism, and the results, well, they literally changed the world. Let's back up a bit and talk about what indulgences actually were, because the system was more complex and more clever than you might think. The Catholic Church in the medieval period taught that when you sinned, there were two consequences: eternal punishment and temporal punishment. If you confessed your sins and were absolved by a priest, the eternal punishment, hell, was forgiven. But you still owed temporal punishment, which you'd have to pay off either in this life through penance or in the afterlife in purgatory. Purgatory, according to medieval theology, was basically a waiting room where souls were purified through suffering before being allowed into heaven, and the time you spent there could be extensive, really extensive. We're talking centuries or even millennia for serious sinners. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The church taught that it held a treasury of merit, essentially a spiritual bank account filled with the surplus goodness of Christ and the saints. And the Pope, as Christ's representative on earth, had the authority to draw from this treasury and apply it to reduce people's time in purgatory. That's what an indulgence was, a withdrawal from heaven's bank account credited to your spiritual debt. Originally, according to historian R.N. Swanson in his book Indulgences in Late Medieval England, published in 2007, indulgences were tied to specific acts of piety, going on a crusade, making a pilgrimage, building a church. You did the work, you got the spiritual credit. It was meant to encourage good deeds. But then, and this is where things went sideways, someone had an idea. What if people could just pay money instead? What if we could monetize the entire system? And thus one of history's most controversial financial instruments was born. The indulgence trade really exploded in the early 16th century, and there was a specific reason. Pope Leo X needed money. A lot of money. He was rebuilding St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, and this wasn't just any construction project. This was meant to be the grandest church in all of Christendom, a monument to God's glory and, let's be honest, to papal power. According to financial records preserved in the Vatican archives and analysed by historian Barbara McClung in her 2014 study Indulgence Policy in the Late Middle Ages, the estimated cost of the St. Peter's project was approximately 46,000 ducats. That's roughly equivalent to $50 to $70 million in today's currency. Where was that money going to come from? Well, Leo had an idea. In 1515, Pope Leo X issued a special plenary indulgence, meaning full forgiveness of all temporal punishment, specifically to raise funds for St. Peter's. He essentially outsourced the sales operation to various bishops and church officials across Europe, each of whom would receive a percentage of the proceeds. It was a commission-based sales model, applied to salvation. And this is where Johann Tetzel enters our story. Johann Tetzel was a Dominican friar who became the chief seller of indulgences in Germany. And calling him just a seller undersells his abilities. Tetzel was a master marketer, a brilliant psychologist, and a ruthless closer. He understood his product, he understood his customers, and he understood how to create urgency and desire. Tetzel's sales technique, as documented in numerous contemporary accounts including Martin Luther's own writings and the chronicles of Friedrich Myconius from 1541, was remarkably sophisticated. He didn't just show up in a town and start selling. No, he created an event. First, he'd send advance notice to the local church that he was coming. The anticipation would build. Then, on the day of his arrival, he'd process into town with ceremony. Banners flying, a cross carried before him, music playing. He'd set up in the church or town square and he'd preach. And oh, could he preach? Tetzel would paint vivid, terrifying pictures of purgatory, the flames, the torment, the centuries of suffering. He'd describe parents crying out from the fire, begging their children to buy indulgences and release them. According to one account recorded by Johannes Paulus in his Rerum Gestarum Saxonicarum, written in 1520, Tetzel would sometimes cry out, "Don't you hear the voices of your dead parents and others crying out, 'Have mercy on us. We're in terrible punishment, and for a small sum you could release us.'" Can you imagine? The emotional manipulation was extraordinary, and it worked. But Tetzel wasn't just playing on fear and guilt. He also had a sophisticated pricing model. This is where the business genius really shows. Indulgences were priced on a sliding scale, based on the buyer's social status and wealth. This is documented in the Instructio Summaria, the official manual given to indulgence sellers, a copy of which is preserved in the Wittenberg archives. The pricing structure looked something like this. For royalty, bishops, and major nobles, 25 gold florins. For lesser nobles and wealthy merchants, 10 gold florins. For middle-class citizens, 1 gold florin. For working people, half a florin for the poor, free, but they had to fast and pray. Now, a gold florin in 1517 would be worth approximately $200 to $300 today. So we're talking about prices ranging from free to $7,500 per indulgence, depending on who was buying. That's sophisticated market segmentation, charging what each segment can afford, maximizing revenue across all economic classes. And here's the brilliant part. This sliding scale meant that everyone could participate. The poor felt included because they had a free option. The wealthy felt good because they were paying more, which reinforced their status. Nobody was left out of the Salvation economy. Tetzel also offered bulk deals. According to the records, you could buy indulgences not just for yourself, but for dead relatives already in purgatory, or even for sins you hadn't committed yet, essentially pre-purchasing forgiveness. Some wealthy patrons bought dozens of indulgences at once, covering their entire extended family, living and dead. The historian Nikolaus Paulus, in his comprehensive 3-volume work Geschichte der Ablasses im Mittelalter, published between 1922 and 1923, calculated that in some German territories, the indulgence sales represented between 3 to 5% of the total circulating currency in a given year. That's an enormous amount of money flowing into the church. Now let's talk about the economics from Tetzel's personal perspective, because this gets really interesting. Tetzel worked on commission. According to the financial arrangements documented in correspondence between the Archbishop of Mainz and Rome, Tetzel received approximately 10% of all sales he generated. The Archbishop took another large percentage. A portion went to the banking family of Fouquet, who had loaned money to the Archbishop to buy his position, and the rest went to Rome for St. Peter's. 10% might not sound like much, but when you're selling indulgences worth thousands of florins per week, it adds up fast. Historian Thomas Kaufmann, in his book History of the Reformation, published in 2009, estimates that during Tetzel's most successful years, between 1515 and 1517, he likely earned the equivalent of what a mid-level noble or very successful merchant would make. We're talking about $200,000 to $400,000 per year in modern terms. Not bad for a friar who'd taken vows of poverty. Tetzel lived well. He travelled with a retinue, stayed in fine accommodations, ate good food. The money flowed through him, and enough of it stuck to make his life quite comfortable, and he felt no shame about it. In his mind, he was doing God's work, helping people avoid purgatory while funding the greatest church in Christendom. What could be wrong with that? Well, a monk named Martin Luther had some thoughts on that question. On October 31st, 1517, Luther, a theology professor at the University of Wittenberg, posted his famous 95 Theses on the door of the castle church. The theses were essentially a list of objections to the sale of indulgences, written in Latin and intended to spark academic debate. Many of Luther's objections were specifically aimed at Tetzel's sales techniques and claims. Thesis 27 directly targeted Tetzel's famous slogan, "They preach only human doctrines who say that as soon as the money clinks into the money chest, the soul flies out of purgatory." Thesis 28 questioned the ethics. It is certain that when money clinks in the money chest, greed and avarice can be increased. Luther's fundamental argument was this: how can the Pope charge money for something that should be freely given? How can salvation, or even just relief from purgatory, be for sale? Isn't that exactly what Jesus was angry about when he drove the money changers from the temple? It's important to understand that Luther wasn't initially trying to split the church. He wasn't trying to start a reformation. He just wanted to debate theological points. But his timing was perfect, or terrible, depending on your perspective. The printing press had been invented relatively recently, and Luther's theses were translated from Latin into German and distributed across Europe within weeks. Suddenly, common people who'd been buying indulgences were reading arguments about why the whole system might be corrupt. The response was explosive. People were angry. They felt duped. They felt like the church had been taking advantage of their fear and their faith. Tetzel, for his part, responded aggressively. He wrote counter-theses. He preached sermons defending the practice. He called Luther a heretic. According to contemporary accounts, Tetzel even allegedly burned copies of Luther's theses in public and threatened that Luther would be burned at the stake within a month. But the damage was done. The indulgence trade had been exposed, and once people started questioning that, they started questioning other church practices too. The controversy snowballed. Within a few years, entire regions of Germany had broken away from the Catholic Church. The Protestant Reformation had begun, and it all traced back to a sales tactic, to a slogan, to the sound of coins dropping into a chest. Tetzel died in 1519, just 2 years after Luther posted his theses. According to some accounts, Luther sent him a letter of consolation, saying essentially, "Don't feel too bad. You didn't start this. It would have happened anyway. You were just the occasion, not the cause." Whether that's true or just a nice story, we can't be sure, but Tetzel died a broken man, his reputation destroyed, watching the system he'd profited from crumble around him. The indulgence trade didn't end immediately. The Catholic Church continued selling them in modified forms for centuries, and technically, you can still receive indulgences today, though they're no longer sold for money. But after Luther, the practice was forever tainted, forever associated with corruption and greed. So what's the lesson here? What should we take from the pardoners and their profits? I think it's about the danger of commodifying the sacred. When you turn something deeply personal, like faith, like forgiveness, like the relationship between a person and God, into a product with a price tag, you risk destroying the very thing you're trying to sell. The indulgence sellers weren't necessarily evil people. Many of them genuinely believed they were helping souls, but they created a system where salvation became transactional, where your standing with God could be measured in florins, where the wealthy could literally buy their way into heaven while the poor suffered. And that inequality, that fundamental injustice, is what eventually tore Christianity apart. But here's the uncomfortable modern parallel. We still do this, don't we? We still commodify things that maybe shouldn't be commodified. We put price tags on education, on healthcare, on justice. We create systems where those with money get better outcomes than those without. The specific product has changed, but the underlying dynamic, the idea that everything can be bought and sold, that's very much still with us. Maybe that's why the story of indulgences still resonates 500 years later, because we're still wrestling with the same questions. What's the proper relationship between money and morality? Between wealth and worthiness? Between what we can buy and what should be beyond price? I don't have clean answers, but I think they're worth pondering as you drift off tonight. From salvation, let's shift to something a bit more tangible, but no less valuable in medieval times. Because while the church was selling forgiveness, merchants across Europe were trading in substances so precious they were literally worth more than gold. I'm talking about spices. In our next chapter of Strange Medieval Wealth, we're heading east, to the Silk Road, to the spice routes, to the incredible journeys of merchants like Marco Polo, who risked everything to bring back pepper, cinnamon, and saffron. We're talking about profit margins that would make modern drug dealers blush, sometimes 1,000% or more. We're talking about wars fought over nutmeg, monopolies built on cloves, and family fortunes created from tiny seeds and dried bark. And we're going to meet some of the most daring, most calculating, and yes, most wealthy entrepreneurs of the entire medieval period. These weren't just traders, they were adventurers, diplomats, and sometimes pirates, building empires one spice cargo at a time, so settle in. The Indulgences showed us the dark side of medieval commerce, the exploitation, the corruption, the inequality. But the spice trade? That's going to show us the adventure, the daring, the sheer audacity of medieval capitalism at its most exciting. And trust me, those stories are absolutely worth staying awake for, or drifting off to, as the case may be. Close your eyes for a moment and think about your kitchen spice rack. Maybe you've got cinnamon, black pepper, nutmeg, cloves. Probably cost you, what, $5 or $6 total at the grocery store. Nothing special, right? Just everyday ingredients. Now imagine this. In 13th century Europe, that little jar of black pepper would have been worth more per ounce than gold. That cinnamon stick, it could buy you a sheep. And that tiny pinch of saffron, that could literally purchase a house, a small one, but still, a house. The spice trade wasn't just commerce, it was the most dangerous, most profitable, most transformative business in the medieval world. Merchants who succeeded became wealthier than kings. Those who failed, well, they often died trying, in deserts, on mountains, at the hands of bandits, or drowned at sea. And at the centre of it all was a family from Venice who turned spice trading into an art form, a science, and ultimately a legend. Let's talk about the Polo family. And yes, I'm talking about that Marco Polo. But before we get to Marco, we need to understand just how valuable spices actually were. Because from our modern perspective, it seems insane that anyone would risk their life for pepper. But in medieval Europe, spices weren't just about flavour. They were about survival, status and power. Historian Paul Friedman, in his book Out of the East Spices and the Medieval Imagination, published in 2008, explains that medieval Europeans believed spices had almost magical properties. They were used to preserve meat, crucial in an era before refrigeration. They were used as medicine. Pepper was thought to cure everything from toothaches to digestive problems. They masked the taste and smell of food that was, let's be honest, often starting to spoil. And perhaps most importantly, they were status symbols. Serving heavily spiced food at a banquet announced to everyone, "I am wealthy enough to afford these treasures from the ends of the earth." The economics were extraordinary. According to records from the Venetian State Archives, analysed by historian Frederick C. Lane in his 1973 book, Venice, a Maritime Republic, black pepper in the 13th century could be purchased in India for approximately 1 to 2 ducats per £100. That same pepper, once transported to Venice and sold in European markets, would fetch 80 to 100 ducats per £100. That's a markup of 4,000 to 10,000%. 10,000% profit margins. Let that sink in for a moment. Of course, you had to survive the journey, you had to avoid pirates and bandits, you had to navigate political complexities across a dozen different kingdoms and empires, and you had to have the capital to invest in the first place. But if you could manage all that, you became unfathomably rich. Enter the Polo family of Venice. Niccolo and Maffeo Polo were merchants, good ones, successful ones, but not extraordinary. They traded in the Mediterranean, mostly in gems and jewellery. They were comfortable, but they weren't wealthy by Venetian standards. Then, in 1260, they made a decision that would change their lives and, in a strange way, change history. They decided to go east, not just to the nearby trading posts, but all the way east, to the court of the Mongol Empire to seek direct access to the source of spices and silk. This was insane. The journey was thousands of miles through hostile territory, extreme climates, and countless dangers. Most merchants hired middlemen, Arabs, Persians, Turks, to do the actual travelling while they stayed safe in Venice. But the Polo brothers figured, if we can eliminate the middlemen, if we can go directly to the source, the profits will be enormous. They were right. But the journey took 9 years. According to the account written by Marco Polo himself, or rather, dictated to Rustichello da Pisa while Marco was imprisoned in Genoa, compiled in the book we know as the Travels of Marco Polo around 1300. The Polo brothers not only survived but thrived. They reached the court of Kublai Khan, the Mongol emperor who ruled the largest empire in human history. And Kublai Khan, fascinated by these Venetian merchants, not only traded with them, but gave them special status, letters of safe passage, and even a request: bring me Christian teachers and holy oil from Jerusalem. When Niccolo and Maffeo returned to Venice in 1269, they returned with fortunes. The exact amounts aren't recorded, but Marco's account mentions they brought jewels of great value and were received as men of enormous wealth. They'd proven that direct trade with the East was possible. More importantly, they'd proven it was insanely profitable. And on their next journey east in 1271, they brought 17-year-old Marco with them. Now here's where we need to separate legend from reality, because Marco Polo's story has become so mythologized that it's hard to know exactly what's true. Did Marco Polo really spend 17 years travelling through Asia? Almost certainly yes. The details in his account are too specific, too accurate to be entirely fabricated. Did he personally visit every place he claimed to have visited? That's less certain. Some historians, including Frances Wood in her controversial 1996 book Did Marco Polo Go to China?, have argued that some of his stories might have been second-hand accounts or embellishments. But here's what we can verify from historical records. The Polo family trading company became one of the most successful in Venice. They established relationships with Mongol officials that gave them preferential treatment. They had access to trade routes and markets that other European merchants could only dream of. And when Marco finally returned to Venice in 1295, after 24 years away, he returned spectacularly wealthy. There's a famous story, possibly apocryphal, but recorded in multiple Venetian chronicles, about Marco's return. He showed up at his family's house wearing tattered, travel-worn clothes. His relatives didn't recognize him and turned him away, so Marco invited them to a banquet. During the feast he appeared in increasingly elaborate outfits, and at the climax he brought out his travel-stained coat, ripped open the seams, and jewels poured out. Rubies, emeralds, diamonds, pearls, hidden in the lining all along. True story? Maybe not. But great marketing? Absolutely. The story spread across Venice, and everyone wanted to hear about Marco's adventures, which conveniently made the Polo family trading company even more famous and profitable. Let's talk specifics about how the spice trade actually worked, because the business model was complex and fascinating. First, you needed capital. Enormous capital. A single trading expedition to the east could require an investment of 10,000 to 20,000 ducats. That's roughly $15 to $30 million in today's money. Where did merchants get this kind of money? Through partnerships and investment syndicates. According to economic historian Angeliki E. Layou, in her essay The Byzantine Economy and the Mediterranean Trade System, published in 2002 in Dumbarton Oaks Papers, Venetian merchants developed sophisticated financial instruments. They created the colleganza, essentially a medieval limited partnership where investors would provide capital in exchange for a share of the profits, but their risk was limited to their investment. The travelling merchant would contribute their expertise and labour. This was venture capital, 600 years before Silicon Valley. The typical split was 75% to investors, 25% to the travelling merchant. But if the merchant also contributed some capital, the split became closer to 50-50. And if the journey succeeded, everyone involved became wealthy. The Polo family, based on references in Venetian commercial documents from the late 13th century, operated as both investors and travellers. They would fund other merchants' expeditions while also conducting their own. This diversification, spreading risk across multiple ventures, is smart business even by modern standards. But let's talk about the journey itself, because understanding the risks helps us understand why the profits had to be so enormous. The Silk Road, actually a network of multiple routes, stretched roughly 4,000 miles from Constantinople to China. Marco Polo's account describes the journey taking 3.5 years just to reach Kublai Khan's court. 3.5 years of continuous travel. You'd cross the deserts of Persia, where, according to Marco, the heat was so intense that, if any person is overtaken by the hot wind and does not immediately lie down, it kills him. You'd traverse mountain passes in the Pamirs, the roof of the world, where the altitude was so extreme that Marco noted fires burned with less heat, and food took longer to cook because of the thin air. You'd navigate through territories controlled by dozens of different rulers, each demanding tolls, taxes, or bribes, and everywhere, bandits. Professional bandits who specialized in attacking merchant caravans. Marco Polo describes one particular danger in the desert of Lop. When a man is riding by night and falls behind his companions, he hears spirits talking in such a way that he believes his companions are calling him. Sometimes these voices lure him off the path so that he never finds it again. Now, Marco probably attributed normal dangers, getting lost, dying of thirst, being attacked by bandits, to supernatural causes. But the fear was real. The deaths were real. Historian Valerie Hansen, in her 2012 book The Silk Road, A New History, estimates that only about 40 to 60% of caravans completed their journeys without significant loss of goods or personnel. Think about that. You had a roughly 50-50 chance of success. You might die. Your goods might be stolen. Your entire investment might vanish into the desert. Those 10,000% profit margins start making more sense when you factor in the actual risk, don't they? Let's talk about one specific spice that perfectly illustrates the insanity of this trade. Saffron. Saffron comes from the crocus flower. Each flower produces 3 tiny red stigmas. To get 1 pound of saffron, you need roughly 75,000 flowers, all picked by hand. In medieval times, the best saffron came from Kashmir, in the Himalayas. Getting it to Europe required crossing some of the most dangerous terrain on earth. According to account books from the Venetian merchant Francesco Balducci Pegolotti, who wrote a trade manual called La Pratica della Mercatura around 1340, saffron in medieval Venice sold for approximately 10 to 15 ducats per pound. That's roughly $15,000 to $22,000 in today's money, per pound. But here's the wild part. It was still cheaper to buy saffron from Kashmir and ship it 4,000 miles to Europe than it was to try to grow it locally. The labour costs of growing saffron were that extreme, and the climate in Kashmir was that perfect for producing high-quality saffron. Medieval merchants understood comparative advantage and global supply chains 600 years before economists gave those concepts formal names. The Polo family didn't primarily trade in saffron. It was too specialized, too risky. But they did trade in pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, and ginger. And they traded in silk, jewels, porcelain, and paper. They were diversified, which meant that even if one cargo was lost, others would succeed. So how wealthy did Marco Polo actually become? It's hard to say precisely because detailed financial records of his personal wealth don't survive, but we have clues. When Marco Polo died in 1324, his will, preserved in the Venetian state archives, distributed his estate among his wife and 3 daughters. The will mentions properties in Venice, investments in trading ventures, and various goods. Historian John Larner, in his 1999 book Marco Polo and the Discovery of the World, estimates that Marco's estate was worth approximately 10,000 to 15,000 ducats, roughly $15 to $22 million in modern terms. That's certainly wealthy, but it's not the astronomical fortune that legend suggests. Here's why. Marco was generous throughout his life, funding churches, helping relatives, and investing in new ventures. He spent his money rather than hoarding it, and by the time he died he was in his 70s and had been retired from active trading for decades. But at his peak, when he returned from China in his early 40s, Marco Polo was probably worth several times that amount. He was one of the wealthiest merchants in Venice, a city where being wealthy meant something because Venice itself was one of the richest cities in the world. And his real legacy wasn't just his personal wealth, it was proving that the journey was possible. After Marco Polo's travels became famous, other Venetian merchants followed the routes he'd blazed. Trade between Europe and Asia expanded, knowledge spread, cultural exchange increased. Marco Polo helped create the first truly global economy. That's worth more than any amount of gold. But here's a question I want you to think about. Was the spice trade ethical? On one hand, it was just commerce. People growing spices in Asia wanted European goods, wool, glass, metals. Europeans wanted Asian spices. Merchants facilitated that exchange and took their cut. Everyone benefited, right? But dig deeper. The demand for spices was so intense that it drove European exploration and, eventually, colonization. The Portuguese, the Spanish, the Dutch, they all sought to control spice routes and spice-producing regions, and that control often came through violence, exploitation, and subjugation of local populations. The medieval spice merchants like Marco Polo didn't cause colonialism, that came later, but they created the economic incentives that made colonialism attractive. They showed Europe what riches lay in the East, and Europe decided it wanted to control those riches directly rather than trading for them. It's a complex legacy. Marco Polo was an adventurer, an entrepreneur, a cultural bridge, but he was also the opening chapter in a longer, darker story. From spices and silk, from journeys across deserts and mountains, we're about to shift to something much closer to home, but no less strange and no less profitable. Because while Marco Polo was making fortunes in Asia, back in Europe there were people making equally impressive wealth from something far more grim. I'm talking about executioners, the men who wielded axes and ropes in town squares across medieval Europe. You might think that being an executioner would be a terrible, low-paying job that no one wanted. And socially, yes, executioners were often outcasts. But financially, some of them became surprisingly wealthy, because executing criminals was just one part of their business model. They had side hustles that would shock you, and that made them genuinely rich. So take a breath. Let yourself sink a little deeper into relaxation, and prepare yourself for one of the strangest professional stories from the Middle Ages. We're going to meet Franz Schmidt, an executioner in Germany who kept a detailed diary of his work and his story. His meticulous records of income, expenses, and yes, executions gives us an unparalleled window into a profession that was equal parts feared and strangely lucrative. The spice merchants risked their lives for profit, but executioners, they made profit from death itself, and some of them got very, very good at it. Let's go there next. Here's something that might seem strange. In medieval society, there was a man who nobody wanted to sit next to at church, who couldn't enter certain taverns, whose children often couldn't marry into respectable families. And yet, this same man lived in a house nicer than most merchants, owned property across town, and had savings that would make a master craftsman envious. I'm talking about the executioner, the man who stood on scaffolds with an axe, who operated the gallows, who carried out society's most brutal sentences. Socially, he was an outcast. Economically, he was often surprisingly well off. Because here's the secret that most people don't realize. Execution was just one small part of his business. The real money came from everything else. And we know this because one executioner kept meticulous records. For 45 years he wrote down every execution, every punishment, every medical treatment he provided, every business transaction. His diary, still preserved today, gives us an unprecedented look into a profession that was equal parts feared, necessary, and strangely lucrative. His name was Franz Schmidt, and his story is absolutely fascinating. Franz Schmidt was born in 1555 in Bamberg, Germany, and he became the official executioner of Nuremberg in 1578. Now, here's something important to understand. Being an executioner wasn't usually a choice. In many German cities, it was a hereditary profession. Your father was an executioner, so you became one. There was no escaping it. Franz's father had been forced into the role as punishment. Basically, you committed a crime. Now your punishment is that you and your descendants must be executioners forever. It was considered such a dishonourable profession that it marked you and your family permanently. But Franz kept a diary. From 1573 to 1617, he recorded 394 executions and 345 lesser punishments that he personally carried out. This diary, called a hangman's diary, was translated into English by historian Joel F. Harrington and published in 2013. It's one of the most important primary sources we have about criminal justice and daily life in early modern Germany. And hidden within Franz's meticulous records, alongside descriptions of beheadings and hangings, are detailed notes about his other work, the work that actually made him wealthy. Let's start with the obvious. How much did executioners get paid for executions? According to the city records of Nuremberg, preserved in the Staatsarchiv Nürnberg and analysed by historian Albrecht Keller in his 1913 study of Franz Schmidt, the payment structure was surprisingly detailed. For beheading a criminal, 5 to 8 gulden per execution. For hanging, 3 to 5 gulden for breaking on the wheel, a particularly brutal execution. 10 to 12 gulden for flogging or branding. 1 to 3 gulden. Now, to put this in perspective, a skilled craftsman in Nuremberg at the time earned about 50 to 80 gulden per year. If Franz executed, say, 8 or 9 people per year, which was about his average, that's 40 to 70 gulden just from executions, nearly equal to a master craftsman's annual wage. But here's the really interesting part. Franz executed far fewer people some years. In 1580 he only executed 3 people, so only about 15 to 20 gulden from that work. Yet Franz lived well throughout his career. How? Because executions were just his most visible job, not his most profitable one. Here's where it gets fascinating. Medieval and early modern executioners had what we'd now call vertical integration in their business model. They had monopolies on several related services, and these monopolies were extraordinarily profitable. First, the executioner's right to the criminal's belongings. According to German law documented in the Bambergensis Criminal Code of 1507, when someone was executed, the executioner had the right to claim the victim's clothing and any possessions they had with them. This might not sound like much, but good clothing was valuable in the 16th century. A decent coat could be worth 2 to 3 gulden. Boots, maybe another gulden. Add it up over multiple executions and you've got a significant income stream. But there's more. Executioners also had the right to operate the city's only knacker's yard, the place where dead animals were processed. In Nuremberg, Franz Schmidt had a monopoly on this service. Dead horses, cattle, sheep, anything that died needed to be disposed of, and legally only the executioner could do it. Why give this monopoly to the executioner? Because he was already considered impure from handling corpses, so society figured he might as well handle all the death-related work. And the knacker's yard was profitable. You'd charge fees for disposing of animals, and then you'd sell the byproducts, hides to tanners, bones to craftsmen, fat for candles and soap. According to Franz's own records, referenced in Joel Harrington's book, his knacker's yard income some years exceeded his execution income. But here's the wildest part of Franz Schmidt's business model, the part that made him genuinely wealthy. He was also a healer. I know, it sounds contradictory. How can the man who kills people also heal them? But it actually makes perfect sense when you think about it. Executioners had detailed anatomical knowledge. They understood bones, muscles, organs. They saw inside human bodies regularly. They knew which blows caused which injuries. They understood pain and trauma in ways that most physicians didn't. And in an era when university-educated physicians were expensive and often ineffective, an executioner with practical medical knowledge could be surprisingly valuable. Franz Schmidt specialized in what was called bone setting, treating fractures, dislocations, and musculoskeletal injuries. According to his diary, he treated hundreds of patients over his career: broken arms, dislocated shoulders, crushed fingers, back injuries. He saw it all and developed a reputation for being skilled. His fees for medical services, based on entries in his diary, range from a few kreuzer, smaller coins, roughly 60th of a gulden, for simple treatments to several gulden for complex procedures. And unlike executions, which were sporadic, medical practice was steady. He might see several patients per week, providing reliable income year-round. Historian Kathy Stewart, in her book Defiled Trades and Social Outcasts, Honour and Ritual Pollution in Early Modern Germany, published in 1999, estimates that Franz Schmidt's medical practice income likely exceeded his execution income by a factor of 3 to 1 or even 4 to 1. Medicine was his real business. Execution was almost his side hustle. Now let's talk about something darker, the parts of executed criminals. In medieval and early modern Europe there was a widespread belief, superstition really, that parts of executed criminals had magical or medicinal properties. The hand of a hanged man was thought to cure ailments. Blood from an executed person was believed to treat epilepsy. Fat from the corpse could be made into ointments. This was called corpse medicine, and yes, it was real. Physicians recommended it. Apothecaries sold it, and executioners provided it. Franz Schmidt's diary doesn't explicitly mention selling body parts. He probably wouldn't have written about it even if he did, because it was ethically questionable even then. But contemporary accounts from other executioners in Germany document this practice. The executioner of Passau, according to city record from 1611, was investigated for selling medicinal preparations derived from executed persons, and was ultimately exonerated because the practice, while distasteful, was legal. The demand was real. The prices were substantial. A vial of executed person's blood could sell for 5 to 10 kreuzer in some markets. An executed person's fat, rendered into ointment, could fetch even more. Did Franz Schmidt participate in this trade? We can't be certain. But given that it was legal, lucrative, and practiced by other executioners of his era, it's likely he did. It's one of those aspects of medieval life that's genuinely unsettling, but it's important to understand. From the executioner's perspective, This was just maximizing the value of their professional monopoly. Everything connected to execution belonged to them. Why not monetize all of it? So how wealthy did Franz Schmidt actually become? His diary gives us clues. By the early 1600s, Franz had purchased a house in Nuremberg, not in the executioner's traditional district outside the city walls, but inside, in a respectable neighbourhood. Property records show the house was valued at approximately 800 gulden. That's 10 to 15 years of a craftsman's salary, saved up to buy property. He also made careful investments. His diary mentions loaning money to various individuals at interest, essentially acting as a small-time moneylender. This was another revenue stream, passive income from capital he'd accumulated. When Franz Schmidt retired in 1617, after 40 years as Nuremberg's chief executioner, he petitioned the city council for a pension. His petition, preserved in the Nuremberg archives, notes his long service and requests an annual pension of 200 gulden. The city granted him 80 gulden per year, a substantial pension for a working-class retiree. Historian Joel Harrington estimates that at his retirement, Franz Schmidt's total wealth, including his house, his savings, and his business assets, was likely between 1,500 and 2,000 gulden. That's equivalent to roughly $300,000 to $400,000 in modern purchasing power. Not astronomically wealthy by noble standards, but very comfortable by middle-class standards. And remember, he started with nothing. His father had been dishonoured and forced into the profession. Franz inherited only stigma. Everything else he built himself. But here's the paradox that I find most fascinating about Franz Schmidt's life. Despite his wealth, he remained socially outcast for most of his career. He couldn't join guilds. His children struggled to marry into respectable families. People would cross the street to avoid walking near him. In church, there was a special section for executioners and their families, segregated from everyone else. Franz spent decades petitioning the city council to restore his family's honour, to officially declare that his profession hadn't tainted him. He argued that he was a skilled medical practitioner, a faithful servant of justice, a respectable property-owning citizen. He pointed to his long service, his careful record-keeping, his professional conduct. In 1624, 7 years after his retirement, the Holy Roman Emperor finally granted Franz Schmidt and his descendants an official letter of honour, restoring their reputation and allowing them to marry freely and join guilds. Franz was nearly 70 years old by then. He'd spent his entire life working toward that moment. The letter still exists, preserved in the Nuremberg city archives. It's a beautiful document with an imperial seal proclaiming that Franz Schmidt was to be considered honourable and that his profession had not stained him. It must have meant everything to him. He died 2 years later in 1626 at age 71. Wealthy, respected, finally, and remembered not as a monster, but as a skilled professional who'd served his city faithfully. So what's the lesson from Franz Schmidt's strange career? I think it's about dignity in work. Franz didn't choose his profession. It was forced upon him by circumstance and by social codes he couldn't control. He could have done the minimum, just executed people when required and lived in poverty and shame. Instead, he became an expert. He learned medicine. He kept meticulous records. He built multiple income streams. He invested wisely. He fought for his family's honour. He took a profession that society despised and made it into something productive, even beneficial. His medical practice probably helped hundreds of people. His careful documentation of criminal cases gives historians invaluable insights into early modern justice. He turned stigma into success. But there's also something unsettling here, isn't there? Franz Schmidt made money from death. from executions, from corpse disposal, possibly from selling body parts. He was kind to his patients, careful in his executions, meticulous in his work, but his wealth was built on human suffering. Can we admire his entrepreneurship while being troubled by his source of income? I think maybe we have to hold both feelings at once. Franz Schmidt was a product of his time, doing what society demanded of him, but doing it better than anyone expected. That's worth acknowledging, even as we recognise that his profession involved things we'd find horrifying today. From the grim reality of executioners, let's shift to something that seems frivolous by comparison, but was taken deadly seriously in medieval courts: comedy. Because while Franz Schmidt wielded an axe for a living, there were men who wielded jokes, and some of them became just as wealthy, though in very different ways. I'm talking about court jesters, the fools, the men who wore bells and bright colours and made kings laugh. You might think they were just entertainment, just comic relief, but some jesters accumulated real power, real influence, and yes, real wealth. Because when you're the only person allowed to mock the king, when you're the one who can speak truths that would get anyone else executed, that position has value, and a few clever jesters figured out how to monetize that value in extraordinary ways. So let's lighten the mood a bit, quite literally, and talk about the men who got rich by making the powerful laugh, because their stories are surprising, often hilarious, and occasionally quite dark. After all, comedy in a medieval court was always performed at the edge of a sword. One wrong joke, and you could go from court favourite to Franz Schmidt's customer very, very quickly. But the risk was part of what made it so profitable. Let me tell you about Triboulet, the jester who became wealthier than most nobles simply by being funny in a very dangerous time. Rest easy. The night continues and the stories only get stranger from here. Picture yourself standing in front of the most powerful man in France, King Francis I, a king who commands armies, who decides who lives and who dies, who can have you thrown in prison or worse with a single word. And you're about to insult him, to his face, in front of his entire court. Sounds like suicide, right? But if you're the king's jester, it's literally your job. And if you're good at it, if you're really truly good at walking that razor-thin line between hilarious and treasonous, you can become wealthier than most of the nobles standing around you. You can accumulate land, pensions, gifts, and most importantly, protection. Because the king who laughs at your jokes won't let anyone else harm you. Meet Triboulet, the jester who served 2 French kings, who owned property across France, who was considered so valuable that when he crossed the line, when he made a joke so offensive that the king sentenced him to death, he was given a chance to choose his own method of execution. And his choice, it's become one of the most famous jokes in history. This is the story of how medieval fools became millionaires. And trust me, these weren't foolish men at all. Let's start by understanding what a court jester actually was, because the modern image, a silly man in a jingling hat doing slapstick, is only part of the picture. Court jesters, according to historian Beatrice K. Otto in her comprehensive book, Fools Are Everywhere, the court jester around the world, published in 2001, served multiple functions. Yes, they entertained, but they also acted as truth-tellers, as political commentators, as psychological counsellors, and sometimes as unofficial advisors. They had a unique position. They were simultaneously beneath everyone in the formal hierarchy, and yet had access to the king that even high nobles envied. The jester's power came from a concept called licensed fool, the idea that certain people, by virtue of their role, were permitted to break social rules. They could mock authority. They could speak uncomfortable truths. They could say what everyone else was thinking but didn't dare voice. As long as they were funny, as long as they made the king laugh, they were protected. But here's the key. This required extraordinary intelligence, impeccable timing, deep psychological insight, and nerves of absolute steel. A good jester needed to understand politics, gauge moods, know exactly how far to push. It was high-stakes improvisation performed daily where failure could mean death. The successful ones? They got rich. Triboulet served King Louis XIII and then King Francis I of France in the early 16th century. According to records from the French royal accounts, analysed by historian Maurice Levert in his book Le Sceptre et la Marotte, Histoire des Fous de Cour, published in 1983, Triboulet was one of the highest-paid members of the royal household. His base salary was 540 livres per year. To put that in perspective, a master craftsman in Paris at the time earned about 100 to 150 livres annually. A minor court official might earn 200 to 300 livres. Triboulet was making more than most administrators, judges, or military officers, just for making jokes. But that was just his salary. The real wealth came from gifts. Medieval and Renaissance kings showed favour through gifts, land grants, cash bonuses, valuable objects, and jesters who pleased the king received extraordinary gifts. According to entries in Francis Dither's household accounts, preserved in the Archives Nationales in Paris, Triboulet received multiple land grants between 1515 and 1530. One grant in 1518 consisted of a small estate near Blois, including farmland and rental properties. Another in 1524 gave him income rights from a particular toll road. Historian Jean-Pierre Collinet, in his 1994 study Les Bouffons de la Renaissance, estimates that by 1530, Triboulet's total assets, including his salary, land holdings, and accumulated gifts, would have made him wealthier than approximately 90% of the French population. A jester was living better than most knights, better than most merchants, better than most lawyers, all because he could make Francis I laugh, and because he knew secrets. Here's something most people don't realise about court jesters. They often functioned as intelligence gatherers and subtle political operators. Think about it. The jester moved freely through the court. He was present at feasts, at meetings, at private moments. He heard conversations. He observed tensions. He understood alliances and rivalries. And because people considered him just a fool, they often spoke freely around him, not realizing how much he understood. There's a famous account recorded by the chronicler Pierre de Bourdeille, known as Brantôme, in his Lives of Gallant Ladies, written in the late 16th century, about Triboulet warning King Francis II about a plot. A group of nobles was planning something. The exact details are unclear, but Triboulet learned of it and informed the king through a joke made at a public dinner. The joke was so cleverly constructed that Francis understood the warning, while the plotters assumed it was just random foolery. The plot was foiled. The nobles involved lost favour. Triboulet's position became even more secure. Was he a spy? Not officially, but he definitely used information strategically, and kings valued that. A jester who could tell you what people really thought, who could deliver bad news wrapped in humour so it was easier to accept, who could test public opinion by making jokes and gauging reactions. That was worth far more than mere entertainment. Triboulet wasn't paid just to be funny, he was paid to be useful. Now let's talk about the famous story, the one that's been told and retold for 500 years. The story about how Triboulet almost died and how he saved himself with a joke. According to multiple sources, including Victor Hugo's play Le Roi s'amuse, which later became the opera Rigoletto, Triboulet made a joke that went too far. The exact nature of the joke varies in different tellings, but the general story is this. Triboulet mocked something or someone the king cared deeply about, possibly the king's mistress, possibly a political decision, possibly even the king himself. King Francis I, in a rare moment of genuine anger, sentenced Triboulet to death. The court went silent. Even other jesters didn't mock the king in ways that truly angered him. Triboulet had crossed a line. But Triboulet was clever. He immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. And then, this is the brilliant part, he said, "Your Majesty, in honour of my long service, grant me one final favour. Let me choose my own manner of death." Francis, perhaps impressed by the audacity, agreed. Triboulet stood up, straightened his jester's costume and declared, "Very well, I choose to die of old age." The court erupted in laughter. Even Francis II couldn't help but laugh. The tension broke. The king, now in a better mood and recognizing that executing his jester for a joke would make him look petty, pardoned Triboulet entirely. Now, is this story completely true? Historians debate it. Some argue it's apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Triboulet's reputation. But historian Barbara Swain, in her 1932 book Fools and Folly During the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, notes that similar stories appear in multiple independent sources, suggesting that something like this incident really happened, even if the exact details have been embellished over centuries. True or not, the story perfectly captures the jester's art, turning a death sentence into a joke so good that the king has no choice but to spare you. Triboulet wasn't the only jester who became wealthy and powerful. Let me tell you about Will Somers, who served King Henry VIII of England. Will Somers was Henry's jester for nearly 30 years, from around 1525 until Henry's death in 1547. According to historian Susanna Lipscomb, in her 2009 book, 1536, The Year That Changed Henry VIII, Will Somers was one of the very few people who could speak honestly to Henry about sensitive topics. Henry VIII, as you probably know, had 6 wives, executed 2 of them, broke with the Catholic Church and became increasingly paranoid and violent as he aged. Most courtiers lived in constant fear of his temper, but Will Somers could tease him, could gently mock his decisions, could even defend people Henry was angry with, all through humour. There's an account from 1536, recorded by the Spanish ambassador Eustace Chapuas in his dispatches, about Will Somers defending Queen Anne Boleyn, Henry's second wife, when Henry was turning against her. Somers apparently made a joke comparing Henry to King David from the Bible, who had many wives and still wasn't satisfied. It was a risky move. Anne was executed anyway, but Somers survived, which suggests Henry appreciated the boldness even if he didn't heed the advice. The royal accounts, preserved in the National Archives in Kew, show that Will Somers received a salary of $50 per year. Substantial, but not extraordinary. However, he also received numerous grants. In 1535, he was given a house in London. In 1538, he received lands in Shropshire. In 1542, he was granted income from certain church properties that had been seized during the dissolution of the monasteries. By the end of Henry's reign, according to historian David Starkey's analysis in 6 Wives the Queens of Henry VIII, published in 2003, Will Somers owned property worth approximately $800. That's roughly equivalent to $1.5 to $2 million in modern purchasing power. For a former commoner who'd entered court service as an entertainer, that was extraordinary wealth. And like Triboulet, Will Somers achieved this through a combination of humour, intelligence, psychological insight, and careful political navigation. He made the king laugh, yes, but he also made the king feel understood, made difficult news easier to bear, and provided a kind of emotional support that no one else could offer. Here's what I find fascinating about successful court jesters. They essentially created their own job security through psychological manipulation, but benevolent manipulation. Think about it from the king's perspective. You're the most powerful person in your kingdom. possibly in the world. Everyone around you wants something. Every conversation has an agenda. Every smile might be hiding a plot. Every piece of advice might be self-serving. You can't trust anyone to tell you the truth because everyone fears you, except the fool. The fool has permission to tell you you're wrong. The fool can mock your decisions, point out your failures, call you out on your flaws, all wrapped in humour so it doesn't feel like an attack. The fool is the only honest person in your court because he's the only one whose role allows honesty. Once a king becomes dependent on that honesty, on that unique perspective, the jester becomes irreplaceable, and irreplaceable employees can command extraordinary compensation. Historian Johann Huizinga, in his classic work The Autumn of the Middle Ages, published in 1919, argued that jesters served a crucial psychological function in medieval courts. They were pressure valves, allowing rulers to process stress, acknowledge failures, and maintain emotional balance in environments of extreme pressure and constant political maneuvering. In modern terms, they were therapists, comedians, and truth-tellers all rolled into one, and they got paid accordingly. But let's not romanticize this too much. Being a court jester was dangerous work. For every Triboulet or Will Sommers who died wealthy and respected, there were jesters who miscalculated, who made one joke too many, who pushed too far on a bad day. And those jesters, they could end up executed, imprisoned, or simply dismissed without income or protection. There's a record from the court of King James IV of Scotland, documented in the royal accounts from 1504, of a jester named John Bute, who was imprisoned for speaking unseemly words about the Queen. He was released after 2 months, but the message was clear. Even jesters had limits, and some jesters faced worse fates. According to historian John Southworth in Fools and Jesters at the English Court, published in 1998, several jesters were executed during the Tudor period in England, though often the official charges were for actual crimes, theft, assault, rather than for their jokes. Whether those charges were legitimate or pretextual, we can't always know. The job required not just humour and intelligence, but also constant awareness, perfect judgment, and probably a fair amount of luck. You were always performing, always being tested, always one bad joke away from disaster. The wealth was real, but it came with existential risk that most people wouldn't accept. So what can we learn from these medieval comedians who became surprisingly wealthy? I think there are a few lessons here. First, being able to speak truth to power, in any era, is valuable. Whether you're a jester, a consultant, an advisor, or just an honest friend, if you can tell someone powerful something they need to hear but don't want to hear, and do it in a way they can accept, you've got a rare and marketable skill. Second, entertainment is never just entertainment when it's performed for the powerful. It's always political, always strategic. The jesters understood this. They weren't just making people laugh. They were shaping opinions, testing ideas, building alliances, and protecting themselves through indispensability. Third, sometimes the best position is outside the formal hierarchy. The jesters weren't nobles or officials. They had no formal power, but that outsider status gave them a kind of freedom that even high nobles didn't have. They could say things, do things, be things that others couldn't, and paradoxically that made them more influential, not less. Have you ever been in a situation where being outside the normal structure gave you more freedom? Where not being part of the official system let you do things the insiders couldn't? That's the jester's advantage, and it's still relevant today. We've travelled from death to comedy, from executioners to jesters, from the grim to the humorous. But now we're about to shift to something quieter, more meticulous, but no less fascinating. The world of medieval art and manuscript illumination. Because while jesters were making kings laugh and earning fortunes, There were artists bent over desks in monastery scriptoriums and noble workshops, painting miniature masterpieces onto parchment pages. These weren't just pretty pictures. These illuminated manuscripts were among the most expensive objects in the medieval world. A single book could cost more than a house. And the artists who created them, the manuscript illuminators, some of them became wealthy beyond what you'd expect for painters. But their story is different from the ones we've heard so far. The illuminators didn't work in public, didn't perform, didn't take extreme risks. They worked in silence, with painstaking detail, mixing pigments more valuable than gold, creating beauty that would last centuries. And their business model? It was surprisingly modern. They ran workshops, employed apprentices, negotiated complex commissions, and built brands that transcended their own lifetimes. So let's turn the page, quite literally, and enter the world of medieval books, where art met commerce, and where patience and skill could build a fortune one miniature painting at a time. The night deepens, the stories continue, and I promise you, the tale of the manuscript illuminators is just as compelling as anything we've explored so far. There's a blue so pure, so brilliant, so impossibly vivid, that when medieval nobles first saw it on a manuscript page, they believed it had been made with fragments of the sky itself. This blue, called ultramarine, came from lapis lazuli stone mined in the mountains of Afghanistan, transported thousands of miles along the Silk Road, ground into powder finer than flour, and then mixed with binding agents to create the most expensive pigment in the medieval world. Ounce for ounce, ultramarine was more valuable than gold. And the artists who used it? The manuscript illuminators who painted those breathtaking miniature scenes in medieval books. Some of them became extraordinarily wealthy, not through adventure or risk-taking, but through patience, skill, and understanding that in a world without printing presses, a beautiful book was the ultimate luxury item. And luxury, as we've learned throughout this journey, always creates opportunities for profit. Let me tell you about an art form so labour-intensive, so technically demanding, and so expensive that a single book could cost more than a castle. Welcome to the world of manuscript illumination. First, we need to understand just how valuable books were before the printing press. Because in our world, books are cheap, disposable even. But in medieval Europe, books were treasures. According to historian Christopher de Hamel, in his book A History of Illuminated Manuscripts, published in 1986, a high-quality illuminated manuscript in the 14th century could cost anywhere from 50 to 500 livres, depending on size, complexity, and the amount of gold and precious pigments used. To put that in perspective, 50 livres could buy you a good horse, 500 livres could buy you a substantial house in a provincial town, and the most elaborate manuscripts, the ones commissioned by royalty or the wealthiest nobles, could cost thousands of livres. The Book of Hours, created for the Duke of Berry by the Limbourg brothers in the early 15th century, was valued at approximately 3,000 livres. That's equivalent to roughly $4 to $5 million in today's purchasing power. $4 million for a book. One book. Why so expensive? Because every page was handmade. The parchment made from calfskin or sheepskin had to be prepared, scraped, stretched, and cut. The text had to be hand-copied by scribes, and then the illuminators would paint the decorative borders, the initial letters, and the miniature scenes that transform these books from mere text into works of art. And those pigments? Some of them cost a fortune. Let's talk about the materials, because understanding what illuminators worked with helps us understand their economics. Gold was used extensively in manuscript illumination. Real gold, hammered into leaves so thin you could see light through them, then carefully applied to the page and burnished to a mirror shine. According to art historian Stella Panayotova, In her 2008 study, The Cambridge Illuminations, the amount of gold in a single elaborate initial letter could be worth a day's wages for a skilled craftsman. But gold wasn't even the most expensive material. That distinction belonged to ultramarine blue, made from lapis lazuli. Historian Daniel Feav Thompson, in his seminal work The Materials and Techniques of Medieval Painting, published in 1936, documented that in 15th century Florence, ultramarine cost approximately 6 to 8 florins per ounce. Gold, by comparison, was about 3 florins per ounce. Ultramarine was literally twice as expensive as gold, and preparing it was incredibly labour-intensive. The stone had to be ground, then processed through multiple stages of washing and filtering to separate the pure blue pigment from impurities. The process could take weeks. Other precious pigments included vermilion, made from mercury and sulfur, verdigris, a copper compound, and various organic dyes. Each had different costs, different properties, different preparation methods. A master illuminator needed to know chemistry, understand colour theory, and manage materials worth more than most people's annual income. It was like working with diamonds. Every brushstroke represented significant value. Now let me introduce you to one of the most successful manuscript illumination workshops in medieval Europe, the Limbourg brothers, Paul, Hermann, and Johann, who worked for Jean, Duke of Berry, in early 15th century France. The Limbourg brothers came from the Netherlands but found patronage in France, according to records from the Duke of Berry's household accounts, preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France and analysed by historian Millard Meiss in his 1974 book French Painting in the Time of Jean de Berry. The Limbourg brothers received extraordinary compensation. Their base salary was 100 écus per year, about 3 times what a master mason or master carpenter would earn. But that was just the beginning. They also received a house in Bourges, provided by the Duke annual gifts of clothing, fabric, and luxury items, bonuses for completed works, expense accounts for materials, which they could mark up, a pension that would continue even if they stopped working due to illness. The Duke's account books show that in 1411 alone, payments to the Limbourg brothers totaled approximately 500 écus. That's equivalent to roughly $800,000 to $1 million in modern purchasing power for 1 year's work. What did they produce for that money? Exquisite manuscripts, including their masterpiece, Les très riches heures du Duc de Berry, the very rich hours of the Duke of Berry. This Book of Hours contains some of the most beautiful illuminations ever created. The calendar pages show detailed scenes of noble life and peasant work throughout the seasons, with astonishing realism, perspective, and use of colour. The book was never finished. All 3 Limbourg brothers died in 1416, possibly from plague. But even incomplete, it's considered one of the greatest achievements of medieval art. It's currently housed in the Musée Condé in Chantilly, France, and valued as essentially priceless. But the Limbourg brothers weren't just artists. They were savvy business people who understood how to maximize their income. Here's how their business model worked, based on analysis by historian François Avril in his 1990 study, Manuscript Painting at the Court of France. First, they worked on commission with upfront deposits. They'd negotiate a total price, receive a portion in advance to purchase materials, and then collect the balance upon completion. This protected them from non-payment and ensured cash flow. Second, they marked up materials. When they billed for gold and pigments, they charged not just the purchase price but also a handling fee. The Duke's accounts show material costs that are 20-30% higher than market rates, suggesting the Limbourg brothers were taking a cut. Third, they employed apprentices who did much of the basic work, preparing pages, applying base colours, filling in backgrounds, while the masters did the detailed, skilled work like faces, intricate patterns, and complex scenes. This allowed them to take on multiple projects simultaneously. Fourth, they negotiated exclusive contracts. The Duke of Berry paid them retainers to work exclusively for him, which might seem limiting, but it actually guaranteed steady income and protected them from market fluctuations. It was a sophisticated business structure. They were running a high-end creative agency 600 years before that term existed. The economics of manuscript illumination created an interesting class of artisan entrepreneurs. Let me tell you about another example, Jean Fouquet, who worked in mid-15th century France. Fouquet was both a manuscript illuminator and a panel painter. According to art historian Nicole Renaud, in her 1981 study Jean Fouquet, he established a large workshop in Tours that employed numerous assistants and apprentices. His client list included King Charles VII of France, wealthy merchants, and high church officials. Fouquet's business records, partially preserved in various archives, show that he diversified his income streams. He did manuscript illumination, panel paintings, portrait miniatures, and even designed decorations for royal ceremonies. He was essentially a full-service luxury art provider. By the 1460s, according to tax records from Tours analysed by historian Françoise Robin in her 1996 article Les Peintres de Tours, Fouquet owned 2 houses in Tours, had significant land holdings outside the city, and paid taxes indicating wealth in the top 5% of the city's population. He achieved this not through dramatic innovation, but through consistent quality, strategic networking, and smart business practices. He trained his apprentices well, maintained excellent relationships with clients, delivered on time, and gradually built a reputation that commanded premium prices. It's actually a pretty modern business success story. Replace manuscript illumination with any skilled service, and the fundamentals remain the same. But here's where the story gets bittersweet. The manuscript illuminators built their wealth on a technology that was about to become obsolete. In 1450, Johannes Gutenberg perfected the movable type printing press in Mainz, Germany. By 1455, he'd produced the Gutenberg Bible, the first major book printed using movable type in Europe. It was revolutionary. Suddenly, books that took months or years to produce by hand could be printed in weeks. The cost of books plummeted. Literacy began to spread beyond the wealthy elite. It was one of the most transformative technologies in human history, and it destroyed the manuscript illumination industry. According to historian Elizabeth Eisenstein, in her landmark 1979 work, The Printing Press as an Agent of Change, within 50 years of Gutenberg's invention, manuscript production in Europe declined by approximately 90%. The illuminators' workshops closed. Their apprentices couldn't find work. An entire profession that had existed for over 1,000 years essentially disappeared within 2 or 3 generations. The Limburg brothers were lucky. They died before the printing press disrupted their industry. But illuminators working in the late 15th century watched their profession vanish. Skills that had taken decades to master became irrelevant. Books that once cost hundreds of livres could now be printed for a fraction of that cost. It's a brutal reminder that even the most skilled, most successful, most established industries can be wiped out by technological change, but some illuminators adapted. They found niches. Let me tell you about one final example, the workshop of Gerard Orenbout in Ghent, Belgium, in the early 16th century. Orenbout understood that while printed books were cheaper for text, they couldn't replicate the luxury and personalization of illuminated manuscripts. So he repositioned his business. Instead of creating entire manuscripts, he specialized in illuminating printed books for wealthy clients. adding hand-painted borders, personalized coats of arms, and miniature portraits to mechanically printed pages. He also trained his children, including his daughter Susanna Horenbout, who became one of the first female artists to work in England, in miniature portrait painting, essentially pivoting from manuscript illumination to portable art, according to art historian Lorne Campbell in his 1990 book Renaissance Portraits. Gerard Horenbout and his workshop remained financially successful into the 1530s by adapting to the new market reality. They couldn't compete with printing presses on volume or price, so they competed on uniqueness and luxury. It's a lesson about adaptation. When your industry is disrupted, look for what the new technology can't do and specialize in that. So what's the bigger lesson from the manuscript illuminators? I think there are several. First, craftsmanship. Real, painstaking, meticulous craftsmanship has always been valuable and always will be. The illuminators spent years perfecting their skills, learning chemistry, mastering technique. That expertise commanded premium prices because it was genuinely rare and genuinely difficult. Second, even beautiful, important work can be rendered obsolete by technology. The illuminators created masterpieces. They preserved knowledge. They made the world more beautiful. But none of that protected them when a cheaper, faster alternative emerged. It's not about whether your work is good, it's about whether it's still necessary. Third, adaptation matters more than perfection. The illuminators who clung to traditional manuscript production went out of business. Those who adapted, who found new niches, who combined old skills with new technologies, survived and even thrived. Have you ever had a skill or expertise that suddenly became less valuable because of technological change? How did you adapt? It's a question our ancestors faced, and it's one we're still facing today. The specifics change, but the challenge remains constant. From the quiet workshops of manuscript illuminators, we're about to shift to something much louder, much more physical, much more violent, the tournament circuit. Because while artists were carefully painting miniatures, there were knights across Europe who were getting rich by fighting in organized combat sports. Medieval tournaments weren't just pageantry. They were professional sports with significant prize money, endorsement deals, well, the medieval equivalent, and opportunities for social advancement. Some knights made fortunes on the tournament circuit, others died trying, and the most successful tournament champion of the Middle Ages, he started with nothing, not even a horse. He was a younger son with no inheritance, no prospects, no future, and through sheer skill, strategic thinking, and calculated risk-taking in tournament combat, he became one of the wealthiest men in England and eventually the Earl of Pembroke. His name was William Marshall, and his story, documented in a 19,000-line verse biography written shortly after his death, is one of the most remarkable rags-to-riches tales of the entire medieval period. So let's leave the scriptoriums and enter the tournament grounds. Let's trade paintbrushes for lances, careful precision for controlled violence, and meet the medieval athletes who turned combat into a career and tournaments into their path to fortune. The night rolls on. Our journey through strange medieval wealth continues, and I promise you, William Marshall's story is worth every moment of what comes next. Imagine being born with absolutely nothing, no land, no title, no inheritance. You're the fourth son of a minor knight, which means your older brothers get everything and you get a basic military education and then you're on your own. At age 13, you don't even own a horse. Your future looks bleak. Now fast forward 50 years. You're one of the wealthiest men in England. You own estates across multiple counties. You've served 4 kings. You've been regent of England, essentially running the entire country. You're married to one of the richest heiresses in the realm, and when you die, you'll be buried in the Temple Church in London among the most honoured knights in English history. How did you get from nothing to everything? Tournaments. Professional fighting. You became the greatest tournament champion of your era, and you parlayed that success into one of the most remarkable careers in medieval history. This is the true story of William Marshall, and I can prove almost every detail because someone wrote a 19,000-line verse biography about him shortly after his death. It's called L'Histoire de Guillaume le Maréchal, the history of William Marshall, and it's one of the most detailed accounts of a medieval life that we possess. And his story, it's absolutely incredible. William Marshall was born around 1147 in England. His father, John Marshall, was a minor baron who served King Stephen during a civil war called the Anarchy, which is exactly as chaotic as it sounds. William was the fourth son, which in medieval inheritance law meant he got nothing. Everything went to the eldest son. According to L'Histoire de Guillaume le Maréchal, translated and analysed by historian David Crouch, in his 2016 book, William Marshall, Knighthood, War and Chivalry, William's father couldn't even afford to properly equip him as a knight. When William was sent for military training at age 13 to a cousin's household in Normandy, he arrived with basic gear and not much else. But William had something more valuable than equipment. He was physically strong, naturally athletic, and absolutely fearless in combat. And in the 12th century, those qualities could make you rich if you knew where to apply them. William's opportunity came through tournaments. Now, we need to understand what medieval tournaments actually were, because they weren't the choreographed pageants you see in movies. Early tournaments, the kind William participated in, were essentially legalized warfare practice. They were violent, dangerous, and very real. Historian Richard Barber, in his 1975 book The Knight and Chivalry, describes 12th century tournaments as mêlées, mass combat events where dozens or even hundreds of knights would fight in teams across miles of countryside. The goal was to capture opponents and hold them for ransom, along with taking their horses and armour as prizes. People died in these tournaments, not frequently, but it happened. Horses were killed regularly. Broken bones were common. According to the chronicler Roger of Hoveden, writing in the 1190s, at least 12 knights died in tournaments in England and France during the 1180s alone, and those are just the deaths notable enough to be recorded. But the prize money, the potential earnings, they were enormous. Here's how the economics worked. When you captured a knight in a tournament, you could demand ransom, typically the value of his horse and armour, plus a cash payment. A warhorse in the 12th century cost approximately £20 to £50 sterling. Armour could be worth another £10 to £30. Add a cash ransom of £5 to £20, and each capture could net you £35 to £100. To put that in perspective, a skilled craftsman earned about £2 to £3 per year. A single tournament capture could equal 20 to 40 years of a working person's wages. William Marshall became very, very good at capturing knights. According to L'Histoire, when William was in his 20s, he began travelling the tournament circuit with another young knight named Jean de Derly. They formed a partnership, essentially a two-man team, and for 2 years they dominated tournaments across France and England. The biography includes a remarkable detail. During those 2 years, William and Jean captured 103 knights. 103. That's roughly one knight per week, every week, for 2 years straight. Now let's do some math. If each capture averaged conservatively £40 in ransom and equipment, that's £4,120 total over 2 years. Split between two partners, that's £2,060 each. For comparison, a knight serving in a lord's household at the time earned about £10 to £15 per year in salary. William Marshall made in 2 years what it would have taken a household knight over a century to earn. He was a professional athlete making sports superstar money, medieval style. But William wasn't just physically skilled, he was strategically brilliant. Let me give you an example from his biography. At one tournament, William noticed that most knights would capture opponents and immediately stop fighting to secure their prisoner and collect the ransom. This meant they'd capture one knight and then be out of the action while they dealt with the logistics. William developed a different approach. He'd capture a knight, quickly assign a squire or foot soldier to hold the prisoner, and then immediately return to the fight to capture another. He'd deal with ransoms and paperwork after the tournament ended. This allowed him to capture multiple knights in a single day, while his competitors were still processing their first capture. It's basically a medieval version of optimizing your workflow, and it made him extraordinarily successful. According to historian David Crouch's analysis, William also developed a reputation for fairness in setting ransoms. He didn't gouge captured knights. He asked for reasonable amounts they could afford. This meant knights didn't hold grudges against him, and many became his friends and allies later. He was building a network while making money. That's sophisticated business thinking for a supposedly simple warrior. William's tournament success brought him to the attention of Eleanor of Aquitaine, one of the most powerful women in Europe, former Queen of France, current Queen of England, mother of Richard the Lionheart. In 1170, Eleanor appointed William as the tutor and protector of her son, the young King Henry. This was a prestigious position with a steady salary. According to the Pipe Rolls, royal financial records from medieval England, preserved in the National Archives in Kew, William received 100 marks per year, about £66, as the young king's household knight and tutor. That's good money, but not extraordinary. But here's where William's strategic thinking shows again. He used this position to gain access to the highest level of tournament competition. The young king loved tournaments, and he participated with the best knights in Europe. William, as his protector and teammate, fought alongside him, and William kept winning, kept capturing opponents, kept accumulating wealth. According to chronicler William of Newburgh, writing in the 1190s, William Marshall became so famous on the tournament circuit that his presence would affect betting odds. People would wager on which side William was fighting for because his participation significantly increased that team's chances of victory. He was such a dominant athlete that he literally moved betting markets. Think about that for a second. A medieval knight who was essentially a sports betting factor, but tournaments were dangerous, and William's career was nearly ended multiple times. Let me tell you about one incident that perfectly captures both the violence and the economics of tournament life. At a tournament in France in the early 1180s, documented in l'Histoire, William was fighting so intensely that his helmet became severely dented and stuck on his head. After the tournament, when he tried to remove it, he couldn't. His squires had to take him to a blacksmith, who had to put William's head on an anvil and hammer the helmet off. William sat there on the blacksmith's anvil, having his helmet literally hammered off his head, while around him, captured knights were negotiating ransoms and counting money. It's such a bizarre, vivid image, the violent reality of tournaments mixed with the business transactions. And here's the thing, William went right back to fighting tournaments after that. The money was too good, the opportunities were too valuable, a dented helmet was just a cost of doing business. Historian Maurice Keane, in his 1984 book Chivalry, estimated that over his tournament career, William Marshall probably earned between £3,000 and £5,000 just from tournament prizes and ransoms. That's equivalent to roughly $6 to $10 million in modern purchasing power. $10 million from professional fighting in the 12th century. But William understood something crucial. Athletic careers don't last forever. Bodies age, reflexes slow, younger competitors emerge. So he used his tournament earnings and his connections strategically. When the young King Henry died in 1183, William was already in his mid-30s, old for a tournament fighter. He could have kept competing, but instead, he parlayed his reputation into political and military service. He served King Henry II, then Richard the Lionheart, then King John, and finally the young Henry III. In 1189, at age 42, William made the smartest move of his career. He married Isabel de Clare, one of the wealthiest heiresses in England and Ireland. Isabel brought vast estates, including Pembroke in Wales and Leinster in Ireland, to the marriage. William went from being a wealthy knight to being a major baron controlling hundreds of manors and thousands of tenants. Now you might think, well, that's just marrying money, and yes, it is. But here's the key. William only got that marriage opportunity because of his reputation. Isabel's guardians could have married her to any number of nobles. They chose William because he was famous, respected, and had proven himself capable. His tournament career had built the brand that made him marriageable to an heiress. He'd literally fought his way into the aristocracy. According to records analysed by historian David Crouch, by the time of William's death in 1219, his estate included hundreds of manors across England, Wales and Ireland, the title Earl of Pembroke, tens of thousands of acres of land, annual income of approximately £2,000 to £3,000, making him one of the richest nobles in England, from nothing to everything, from a fourth son with no inheritance to Earl of Pembroke and Regent of England. And it started with tournaments, with professional fighting, with being so good at combat sports that kings wanted him on their side, and nobles wanted to marry into his family. William Marshal died at age 72 in 1219. On his deathbed, according to l'Histoire, he took vows as a Templar Knight, a religious military order, and requested burial in the Temple Church in London. His effigy still lies there today, one of the finest examples of medieval sculpture in England. You can visit it, see his carved stone face, and remember that this man started with nothing but skill and determination. So what's the lesson from William Marshal's extraordinary life? I think it's about leverage. William had one marketable skill. He was exceptionally good at fighting. Many knights were good fighters, but William found a way to monetize that skill more effectively than anyone else. He optimized his tournament strategy. He built a reputation for fairness that created long-term relationships. He used his earnings to gain access to better opportunities, and when his athletic career was ending, he leveraged his reputation into political service and marriage. He didn't just fight well. He thought strategically about every aspect of his career. That's what separated him from thousands of other skilled knights who lived and died in obscurity. Also, William lived in an era when social mobility was possible. Rare, difficult, but possible. The tournament circuit was one of the few paths by which a talented person of the low birth could rise dramatically. It required risking your life, but the potential rewards were enormous. Do opportunities like that exist today? Different contexts, different risks, different rewards. But I think the fundamental pattern remains. Sometimes there are paths to success that require extreme commitment, significant risk, and exceptional skill. The question is, are you willing to take them? William Marshal fought his way to fortune on tournament grounds across Europe. But while he was winning prizes in controlled combat, there were merchants building entirely different kinds of fortunes through trade that was just as strategic but far less violent. I'm talking about the wool merchants, the men who understood that fluffy sheep in English fields could be transformed into massive wealth through international trade and early banking. These merchants didn't risk broken bones in tournament melees. Instead, they risked everything on ships crossing stormy seas, on complex financial instruments, on international trade networks spanning hundreds of miles, and some of them built wealth that rivaled or exceeded William Marshall's tournament earnings. In fact, the wool trade created some of the first true international businessmen, men who operated across borders, who invented new financial tools, who built commercial empires that would eventually evolve into modern banking. So let's shift from the clash of steel to the rustle of wool, from tournament grounds to trading halls, and meet the merchant princes who turned sheep into gold through nothing more than clever business practices and ruthless commercial ambition. The night deepens, but our exploration continues, and I promise, the wool merchant's story contains just as much drama, risk, and triumph as any knight's tale, just with ledgers instead of lances. Think about the clothes you're wearing right now. Probably cotton, maybe some synthetic blend, perhaps a little wool if you're lucky. Nothing special, right? Mass-produced, affordable, replaceable. Now imagine a world where the fabric of your clothing was so valuable that it could serve as currency, where a single bolt of high-quality wool cloth could buy you a horse, where controlling the wool trade meant controlling entire economies. That was medieval Europe. And the merchants who mastered this trade, who understood how to move raw wool from English sheep to Italian weavers to European consumers, they didn't just get rich. They created the foundations of modern banking, international finance, and even capitalism itself. Let me introduce you to a man whose name you've probably never heard, but whose business practices you'd recognize instantly. His name was Francesco Datini, and he was a merchant in 14th century Italy who left behind something extraordinary. 150,000 letters and 500 account books, documenting every aspect of his business over 40 years. It's the most complete business archive from the medieval period that exists, and what those records reveal is absolutely fascinating. Medieval merchants were far more sophisticated than we imagine. They invented bills of exchange, double-entry bookkeeping, insurance contracts, and multinational corporations, all 600 years before we thought those things were invented. The wool trade wasn't just commerce, it was the Silicon Valley of the medieval world. Let's start with the basics. Why was wool so valuable? In medieval Europe, wool was the primary textile fibre. Cotton was expensive and rare, imported from the Middle East. Linen was fine for summer but not warm. Silk was only for the wealthy. Wool was everywhere, could be produced in massive quantities, and was essential for survival in cold climates. But not all wool was equal. According to historian John H. Munro, in his comprehensive 1994 study, Textiles, Towns and Trade, English wool, particularly from sheep raised in the Cotswolds and Lincolnshire, was considered the finest in Europe. The climate, the breeding, the grazing conditions produced wool with longer fibres, better texture and superior quality. Italian cities, especially Florence, had master weavers who could transform this raw English wool into cloth so fine, so beautifully dyed, so expertly finished that it commanded premium prices across Europe and even in the Middle East. According to economic records from the Arte della Lana, the Wool Guild of Florence, analysed by historian Hidetoshi Hoshino in his 1980 book L'arte della lana in Firenze, in the early 14th century, Florence imported approximately 100,000 sacks of English wool per year and employed over 30,000 people in wool processing and cloth production. That's 30,000 jobs in a city of maybe 120,000 people. 1/4 of Florence's population worked in the wool industry. It was the economic foundation of one of the wealthiest cities in the world, and the merchants who controlled this trade, they became extraordinarily powerful. Francesco Datini was born in Prato, near Florence, around 1335. He was orphaned by the Black Death in 1348. The plague killed both his parents and started with essentially nothing. At age 15, he moved to Avignon, France, where he worked as an apprentice to a merchant. Over the next 40 years, Datini built a commercial empire, and we know exactly how he did it, because he kept records of everything. When he died in 1410, he left his entire archive to a charitable foundation. Those 150,000 letters and 500 account books are now preserved in the Archivio di Stato in Prato. Historian Iris Arrigo wrote a beautiful biography called The Merchant of Prato in 1957, based on these archives. And what she discovered is remarkable. Datini didn't just buy and sell wool. He ran a sophisticated multinational business with branches in multiple cities, diversified product lines, and advanced accounting practices. Here's how his business model worked. He had offices in Avignon, Prato, Florence, Pisa, Genoa, and Barcelona. Each office operated semi-independently, but coordinated through constant letter correspondence. According to Arrigo's analysis, Datini personally wrote or received an average of 400 letters per year, and his business as a whole generated over 3,000 letters annually. This was medieval email. Slow email. It took weeks for letters to travel between cities, but the principle was the same. Constant communication to coordinate operations across distance. Datini dealt in wool, but also cloth, spices, wheat, armour, art, and even slaves, which was legal, though ethically horrifying by modern standards. He understood diversification. Don't put all your money in one commodity, one route, one market. Spread the risk. His account books show sophisticated financial thinking. He used double-entry bookkeeping, every transaction recorded as both a debit and a credit, which allowed him to track profit and loss accurately. Historians used to think double-entry bookkeeping was invented by Luca Pacioli, who published a book about it in 1494. But Datini was using it 100 years earlier. He didn't invent it. Venetian merchants had been using it since at least the 1300s. But his records show how widespread and sophisticated it had become. According to economic historian Raymond Aruva, in his 1963 book The Rise and Decline of the Medici Bank, Datini's financial statements were as detailed and accurate as those of a modern business. He tracked inventory, calculated profit margins, monitored receivables and payables, and assessed the performance of each branch office. He was running a medieval multinational corporation with financial controls that wouldn't look out of place in a modern business school textbook. But here's where the wool trade gets really interesting. The financial instruments. Moving wool from England to Italy and then finished cloth back to markets across Europe required massive amounts of capital. You had to pay English shepherds and wool brokers, pay for transportation, pay Italian weavers and dyers, pay for shipping, and then wait months, sometimes over a year, to get paid by final customers. How do you finance that? How do you manage cash flow when your money is tied up in goods moving slowly across Europe? Medieval merchants invented bills of exchange. Here's how they worked, as documented in Datini's archives. Let's say you're a merchant in Florence, and you owe 100 florins to a merchant in London. Instead of physically transporting 100 florins in gold coins, which is risky, expensive, and slow, you write a bill of exchange. You give 100 florins to a banker in Florence, and he writes a letter to his partner in London instructing him to pay 100 florins to your London contact. It's essentially a medieval wire transfer. But there's more. The bill of exchange also included an exchange rate and an implicit interest charge, hidden because charging interest was technically forbidden by the church. So you might give 100 florins in Florence, and your London contact receives 98 florins equivalent in English pounds. The 2 florin difference was profit for the bankers, but it was disguised as exchange rate fluctuation rather than interest. Clever, right? They were essentially inventing international banking while technically obeying religious prohibitions against usury. According to financial historian Raymond de Rouver, by the 14th century, bills of exchange were moving millions of florins across Europe annually. The wool trade had created a sophisticated international financial system, so how wealthy did someone like Datini become? His account books give us the answer. When Francesco Datini died in 1410, his estate inventory, preserved in the Prato archives, listed assets worth approximately 100,000 florins. That's equivalent to roughly $20 to $25 million in modern purchasing power. But here's what's even more impressive. Datini started with nothing. He was an orphan. Every florin in that estate he earned through business. He was a self-made millionaire 600 years before that term existed. And he wasn't unique. The Medici family, yes, that Medici family, the one that would later rule Florence, started as wool merchants. Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici established the Medici Bank in 1397, but the family's initial capital came from wool trading. According to historian Christopher Hibbert, in his 1974 book The Rise and Fall of the House of Medici, Giovanni's wool business provided the foundation that allowed him to transition into banking. The wool trade was a path to dynastic wealth. Multiple families that would become ruling houses of Italian city-states started in wool. The Medici, the Strozzi, the Peruzzi, the Bardi. Wool merchants became bankers, became political leaders, became princes, but the wool trade also had a dark side. Let me tell you about one aspect that doesn't get discussed much: the exploitation. The English shepherds and wool producers? They were often paid very little. According to records from English manorial courts, analysed by historian Eileen Power in her 1941 book, The Wool Trade in English Medieval History, wool producers received maybe 2 to 3 marks per sack of wool. A mark was about 2/3 of a pound sterling. That same sack would be sold by English exporters to Italian merchants for 5 to 8 marks. Then Italian merchants would transport it and sell it to Florentine cloth makers for 10 to 15 marks. The cloth made from that sack would sell for 40 to 60 marks. The value increased 20-fold from shepherd to final product. And the shepherds, the people doing the actual animal husbandry, the back-breaking work, they got about 5% of the final value. Similarly, the Florentine wool workers, the carders, the spinners, the weavers, they were paid low wages and often worked in terrible conditions. The Ciompi Revolt of 1378 in Florence was essentially a labour uprising by wool workers demanding better pay and working conditions. It was violently suppressed. So yes, wool merchants became wealthy, but that wealth was built on a system where the people doing the physical labour received a tiny fraction of the value they created, while the merchants who controlled the capital and the distribution networks captured most of the profit. Sound familiar? The economic dynamics of the medieval wool trade aren't that different from modern global supply chains. The people who control logistics, finance, and distribution make fortunes. The people who produce the raw materials or do the manufacturing, they struggle. Francesco Datini understood this system perfectly. His letters, translated by Iris Origo, show him constantly calculating margins, negotiating prices, seeking cheaper suppliers. He once wrote, "A merchant who does not seek always to maximize his advantage is a fool." He wasn't cruel, but he was ruthlessly focused on profit. And yet, Datini also had moments of reflection. In one letter from 1395, he wrote about his mortality, about the plague that had killed his parents, about the uncertainty of life. He kept a motto in his account books, "In the name of God and of profit." linking religious devotion with commercial success in a way that perfectly captures the medieval merchant mindset. When he died, Datini left his entire fortune to establish a charitable foundation to help the poor of Prato. The Francesco Datini Foundation still exists today, over 600 years later, still helping people. His wealth, earned through sharp business practices and understanding of international trade, is still doing good. Does that redeem the exploitation? Does charity erase the low wages paid to workers? I don't know, but it's complicated, which makes it real. The wool merchants showed us that medieval people understood complex finance, international trade, and strategic business thinking far better than we give them credit for. They created systems and instruments that are still used today. They built wealth through intelligence and organization rather than just violence or inheritance. But here's an interesting question. What happens when people get rich from something genuinely dark? Something morally indefensible? Because coming up next, we're about to explore one of the most disturbing yet economically significant professions of the medieval period: witch hunters. These weren't superstitious peasants. Some of them were educated, methodical, and they developed a business model around identifying, prosecuting, and executing accused witches. They were paid per conviction, and in an era of religious fear and social upheaval, that created horrifying incentives. It's a dark chapter, one of the darkest we'll explore. But it's important to understand how economic incentives can drive terrible outcomes, how profit motives can lead to genuine evil, and how systems can create monsters out of ordinary people just trying to make a living. So take a deep breath. The story ahead is grim, but it's part of our history, and understanding it helps us recognize similar patterns when they appear in our own time. The wool merchants built empires, the witch hunters built nightmares. Let's see how. What's the most evil way to get rich that you can imagine? Fraud? Theft? Extortion? I'd argue there's something worse. Getting paid to accuse innocent people of impossible crimes, knowing they'll be tortured until they confess, and then executed, and then doing it again and again, for years, as your primary source of income. That was the business model of professional witch hunters in early modern Europe. And before you think this is ancient history that has nothing to do with us, let me be clear. The witch hunts mostly happened in the 1500s and 1600s, relatively recent history. These weren't ignorant Dark Age peasants. These were people living in the era of Shakespeare, of Galileo, of early modern science, and yet between roughly 1450 and 1750, approximately 40,000 to 60,000 people were executed for witchcraft in Europe and the American colonies. 40 to 60,000 people, burned, hanged, drowned. Most of them women, most of them innocent of anything except being poor, old, eccentric, or simply disliked by their neighbours. And some of the people prosecuting them were making a living from it, getting paid per conviction, creating economic incentives for persecution. This is one of the darkest stories we'll explore tonight. But it's crucial to understand how fear, superstition, and profit motives can combine to create genuine horror. Let me introduce you to Matthew Hopkins. He called himself the Witchfinder General, and he operated in England during the 1640s, in the midst of the English Civil War. According to historian Malcolm Gaskill, in his 2005 book, Witchfinders, a 17th Century English Tragedy, Hopkins was responsible for more executions for witchcraft than any other individual in English history. In just 2 years, 1645 to 1647, Hopkins travelled through the counties of Essex, Suffolk and Norfolk, and approximately 300 people were accused of witchcraft based on his investigations. Of those, at least 100 were executed. 100 people killed because Matthew Hopkins accused them of being witches, and he was paid for this service. Paid quite well, actually. According to records from various town councils, preserved in county archives and analysed by historian James Sharp in his 1996 book Instruments of Darkness, Witchcraft in Early Modern England. Hopkins typically charged towns 20 shillings per witch discovered. That's £1 sterling, plus expenses for travel, accommodation and his assistants. 20 shillings might not sound like much, but remember, a labourer earned about 10 to 15 shillings per week. Hopkins was earning a week's wages for each accusation, and he was making multiple accusations in each town he visited. In one town, Stowmarket in Suffolk, the town accounts show payment of $23 to Hopkins. That's £23, or 460 shillings. If Hopkins was charging per conviction, that's potentially 23 witches identified in one small town. 23 people accused, probably tortured, likely executed. And Hopkins walked away with what would be several months' income for a skilled craftsman. But how did this system work? How did someone become a professional witch hunter? The answer lies in a book, a specific book that created the intellectual and legal framework for witch hunting. Malleus Maleficarum, The Hammer of Witches, written by Heinrich Kramer in 1487. This book is genuinely disturbing. It's essentially a manual for identifying, prosecuting and executing witches. It includes descriptions of supposed witch behaviour, legal procedures for trials, and justifications for torture to extract confessions, and it was a bestseller. According to historian Wolfgang Behringer, in his 2004 book Witches and Witch Hunts: A Global History, Malleus Maleficarum went through at least 28 editions between 1487 and 1600. Extraordinary for any book in that era. It was one of the first books produced using the relatively new printing press technology. So ironically, one of the same technologies that spread Renaissance knowledge and Enlightenment thinking also spread instructions for witch persecution. The Malleus established several dangerous ideas. First, that witchcraft was real and represented a genuine threat to Christian society. Second, that witches were predominantly women. The book is deeply misogynistic. Third, that authorities had a religious duty to root out and destroy witches. Fourth, and this is crucial, that torture was acceptable to extract confessions because witches would lie to protect themselves. This last point created a horrifying logical trap. If you confessed to being a witch, you'd be executed. If you refused to confess, you'd be tortured until you did confess and then executed. There was no way out. Matthew Hopkins used methods described in manuals like the Malleus. According to trial records, he employed several tests for witchcraft. The swimming test. Accused witches would be bound and thrown into water. If they floated, they were guilty, because water, being pure, rejected the witch. If they sank, they were innocent, but often drowned in the process. The pricking test. Hopkins would search the accused person's body for witch marks, moles, birthmarks, or any unusual skin feature. He'd prick these marks with a needle. If the spot didn't bleed or the person didn't feel pain, it proved they were a witch. Here's the thing. Hopkins used a special needle, a retractable blade that wouldn't actually pierce skin. So of course the person wouldn't bleed. The test was rigged from the start. Sleep deprivation. Accused witches would be kept awake for days until they became delirious, and would confess to anything just to make it stop. And there was torture, though technically, under English law, torture required royal authorization. Hopkins claimed he didn't torture, he just tested. The distinction was semantic. What he did was absolutely torture. According to the research of historian C. Lestrange Ewan, compiled in his 1929 book Witch Hunting and Witch Trials, Hopkins' campaign in 1645-1647 led to prosecutions in at least 20 towns and villages. Town records show payments ranging from 6 to 23 per visit. Let's do some math. If Hopkins visited 20 towns and earned an average of $15 per town, that's $300 total over 2 years. For comparison, a comfortable middle-class income at the time was about $50 to $100 per year. Hopkins made in 2 years what it would take a successful tradesman 6 years to earn. He got rich by accusing people of impossible crimes, by creating fear in communities and then offering to solve the problem he'd helped create. It's a protection racket, medieval style, but with executions instead of just intimidation. But Hopkins wasn't unique. There were witch hunters operating across Europe, and many of them worked on commission or contingency. In Germany, witch trials were particularly intense. Historian Brian Levac, in his 2006 book The Witch Hunt in Early Modern Europe, documents that in some German principalities, local officials received payment for each witch convicted. The executioner got a fee, the judge got a fee, the recorder got a fee, even the guards received payment. And here's the truly evil part. In many jurisdictions, the accused witch's property was confiscated to pay for their own trial and execution. According to legal records from the Prince-Bishopric of Bamberg, analysed by historian Wolfgang Behringer, between 1626 and 1632, at least 600 people were executed for witchcraft in that region, a small territory, and their confiscated property funded the trials of the next wave of accused witches. It was a self-perpetuating system. Each execution funded more trials. More trials meant more accusations. More accusations meant more property confiscation. The system fed on itself, and the people running it, the judges, the witch commissioners, the executioners, all profited. There's a specific case from Bamberg. A man named Johannes Junius, a former mayor, was accused of witchcraft in 1628. He was tortured extensively and eventually confessed. But before his execution, he managed to smuggle a letter to his daughter. The letter still exists, preserved in the Bamberg archives. In it, he describes the torture, thumbscrews, leg vices being hoisted on strappado. He writes, "They force all of us to confess. I had to say what people I had seen at the witches' Sabbath. I could name anyone. It made no difference. We are already condemned." He named several people, including friends and acquaintances, just to make the torture stop. Those people were then arrested, tortured, and forced to confess and name others. The cycle continued. Johannes Junius was executed, his property was confiscated, and the system rolled on. The economic structure of witch trials created perverse incentives at every level. Let me break it down. For local officials, witch trials demonstrated their zealous protection of the community. It was politically beneficial to find witches. For professional witch hunters like Hopkins, more accusations meant more income. There was financial incentive to find witches everywhere they looked. For executioners, each execution meant a fee, plus the right to the victim's clothing and sometimes other possessions. For informants, in some regions, people who accused others of witchcraft could claim a portion of the confiscated property. For lawyers and clerks, trials required documentation, legal work, record-keeping, all billable services. The entire system was designed to produce convictions, and the more convictions, the more money flowed through the system. Historian Lyndall Roper, in her 2004 book Witch Craze, Terror and Fantasy in Baroque Germany, argues that witch trials often peaked during periods of economic hardship, political instability, or religious tension. When communities were anxious about war, about harvest failures, about plague, they looked for someone to blame, and the witch trial system provided both scapegoats and economic opportunities for those running the trials. It's one of the clearest historical examples of how economic incentives can drive moral catastrophes. Matthew Hopkins' career ended abruptly in 1647. The exact circumstances are unclear, but according to contemporary accounts, towns began refusing to pay him, and some communities accused him of fraud. One pamphlet from 1647, written by a minister named John Gall, attacked Hopkins' methods and questioned his motives, suggesting he was more interested in money than justice. Hopkins disappeared from historical records in 1647. He probably died that year or shortly after, likely from tuberculosis or another disease. He was probably only in his mid-20s. He'd built his entire witch-hunting career while still a young man. And what was his legacy? At least 100 people dead, families destroyed, communities traumatized, and a demonstration of how easily fear, superstition, and economic incentives can be weaponized against innocent people. So what do we learn from this horrifying chapter of history? I think several things. First, economic incentives matter enormously. When you pay people per conviction, per accusation, per outcome, you create pressure to maximize that outcome regardless of truth or justice. It's true in witch trials. It's true in modern criminal justice systems with quotas. It's true anywhere that quantity is rewarded over accuracy. Second, fear is profitable. When people are scared, they'll pay for solutions, even fake solutions, even harmful solutions. The witch hunters didn't solve real problems. They created problems and then charged communities to address those manufactured threats. We see similar dynamics today with various moral panics and security threats. Third, systems that lack accountability and due process will inevitably be abused. The witch trials happened partly because accused people had no meaningful defense, no way to prove innocence, no protection against false accusation. Any system that presumes guilt or makes defense impossible will be exploited by bad actors. Can you think of modern systems that share some of these characteristics? Systems where economic incentives might be pushing outcomes in troubling directions, where fear drives profitable but harmful responses, where the accused lack meaningful protection. The specifics have changed, but the underlying patterns, those haven't gone away. From the absolute darkness of witch hunters profiting from persecution, let's shift to something slightly less grim but still deeply strange. People who made fortunes from plague. Because while witch hunters manufactured threats, plague doctors faced real dangers, and some of them became wealthy precisely because they were willing to do what others wouldn't. In just a moment, we're going to meet the physicians who treated plague victims during outbreaks, the ones who wore those iconic bird-like masks, who charged enormous fees for hazard pay, who sometimes survived to inherit the fortunes of their many dead patients. It's still dark, plague is never cheerful, but at least these people provided actual services rather than persecution, and their story shows us another truth about medieval wealth. Sometimes fortune favoured not just the brave, but the brave and willing to walk among the dying. So let's step from accusation chambers into plague houses, from manufactured evil into natural catastrophe, and see how some medical practitioners turned humanity's greatest disasters into surprising personal profit. The night continues. The stories grow stranger, and we're almost halfway through our journey into the strange economics of the medieval world. There's a haunting image that's become iconic of medieval plague. A figure in a long black coat and wide-brimmed hat, wearing a mask with a long curved beak filled with herbs and spices, walking through streets of the dying. That's a plague doctor. And here's something most people don't know. Wearing that costume wasn't just about protection. It was also branding, marketing even. Because when plague struck a city, and most physicians fled, the ones who stayed could name their price, and some of them charged extraordinary fees. We're talking about physicians earning 10, 20, sometimes 50 times their normal rates during plague outbreaks. Because when death is at your door, when your family is dying and you're desperate for any hope of survival, you'll pay almost anything to someone who promises to help, even if they probably can't. This is the story of plague doctors, the healthcare workers who risked their lives during humanity's darkest epidemics. Yes, but also the entrepreneurs who understood that crisis creates opportunities and hazard commands premium compensation. It's a complicated story, not quite heroic, not quite exploitative, something in between. Let's start with the disease itself, because understanding how terrifying plague was helps us understand why plague doctors could charge what they did. The Black Death, bubonic plague caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, first struck Europe in 1347 and killed approximately 30 to 60% of Europe's population by 1353. That's between 75 and 200 million people dead in just 6 years. It was, and remains, one of the most devastating pandemics in human history, but the plague didn't end in 1353. It returned in waves: 1361, 1369, 1374, and repeatedly throughout the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries. Major outbreaks continued until the Great Plague of London in 1665-1668, which killed approximately 100,000 people, roughly a quarter of London's population. According to historian Samuel K. Cohn Jr., in his 2002 book, The Black Death Transformed, these recurring plague outbreaks shaped European society, economy, and culture for over 300 years. And every time plague struck, it created both catastrophe and opportunity. For plague doctors, each outbreak was a chance to earn hazard pay that would set them up financially for years. The iconic plague doctor costume, the beaked mask, the long coat, was actually invented relatively late, around 1619, by a physician named Charles de Lorme, who served King Louis XIII of France. The design had a practical purpose. The long coat was made of waxed leather to prevent contamination. The wide-brimmed hat identified the doctor as a professional, and the beak was filled with aromatic substances: rose petals, camphor, cloves, laudanum, which were thought to purify the air and protect against the disease. Did it work? Not really. People in the 17th century didn't understand that plague was transmitted by fleas from infected rats. They thought it spread through miasma, corrupted air. So all their protective measures were based on wrong assumptions. The aromatic herbs didn't prevent plague. The leather coat offered no real protection. But here's the thing, it looked impressive. According to historian Vanessa Harding in her 1993 book The Dead and the Living in Paris and London, 1500-1670, the plague doctor's distinctive appearance served psychological and social functions. It reassured communities that professional help was present. It marked certain individuals as authorized caregivers, and it justified the extraordinary fees they charged. Look, I'm wearing this elaborate costume. I'm risking my life. I deserve premium compensation. Let's talk about those fees, because the financial arrangements were fascinating. In Venice, during the plague outbreak of 1630-1631, documented in the city's sanitary commission records analysed by historian Jane L. Stevens Crawshaw in her 2012 book Plague Hospitals, the city hired plague doctors on special contracts. These contracts specified duties: treating plague patients, documenting cases, certifying deaths, and compensation. Regular physicians in Venice at the time earned approximately 30 to 50 ducats per year. Plague doctors during the 1630 outbreak were paid 150 to 200 ducats per year, plus housing, plus food allowances. That's 4 to 6 times normal physician wages, but some plague doctors negotiated even better deals. A physician named Francesco Ingegneri, according to the Venetian records, demanded and received 300 ducats per year, free accommodation in a plague hospital, a food stipend, and a guarantee that if he became infected, the city would care for him at public expense and provide for his family. 300 ducats. That's equivalent to roughly $100,000 to $150,000 in modern purchasing power, just for 1 year's work. And Ingegneri survived the outbreak. He lived to collect his pay and continued working as a regular physician after the plague ended, now with significant savings accumulated from his hazard duty. But Venice was relatively organized compared to some cities. Let me tell you about situations where plague doctors had even more leverage. In smaller towns without established public health systems, plague doctors were sometimes independent contractors who would travel from outbreak to outbreak, offering their services, and they could essentially name their price. According to records from the town of Albi in southern France, preserved in the Archives Municipales and analysed by historian Lawrence Brockless in his 1997 study, The Medical World of Early Modern France. During the plague outbreak of 1668, the town council negotiated with a travelling plague doctor named Pierre Chirac. His initial asking price, 500 livres, plus accommodation, plus a guarantee of safe passage out of the town when the plague ended. 500 livres was approximately what a master craftsman would earn in 10 years for a few months of work. The town council balked. They tried negotiating down. Chirac threatened to leave and offer his services to a neighbouring town. The council caved. They paid his full asking price because the alternative, having no medical presence at all during a plague outbreak, was politically and socially unacceptable. Chirac treated plague patients in Albi for 3 months, survived, collected his 500 livres, and moved on to the next outbreak. He was essentially a medical mercenary, following plague from town to town, getting rich from catastrophe. Is that immoral? Or is that just understanding supply and demand during a crisis? Now here's where the story gets even more interesting. Plague doctors weren't just paid for treating the sick, they were also paid for certifying the dead. In most cities, according to historian Paul Slack in his 1985 book The Impact of Plague in Tudor and Stuart England, plague doctors had the authority to issue death certificates and to determine whether a death was plague-related or not. This was crucial because plague deaths triggered quarantine requirements. If a house had a plague death, the entire household would be sealed in for 40 days. If the death was certified as something else, fever, natural causes, the family could avoid quarantine. This created opportunities for corruption. Families would offer plague doctors bribes to certify plague deaths as something else. Not huge bribes. Most plague victims weren't wealthy, but small payments that added up. There's a recorded case from London in 1625, documented in the Guildhall manuscripts, where a plague doctor named John Smith was caught accepting payments to falsely certify plague deaths as natural fever. He was fined but not imprisoned, suggesting authorities understood the practice was widespread even if officially forbidden. The economics were straightforward. Plague doctors had official authority, families were desperate to avoid quarantine, and a small fee could solve both parties' problems. The fact that this undermined public health efforts and probably spread the plague further, that was someone else's problem, but not all plague doctors were cynical profiteers. Some genuinely tried to help, developed innovative treatments, and contributed to medical knowledge. Let me tell you about Nostradamus. Yes, that Nostradamus, the famous prophet. Before he became known for his cryptic predictions, Michel de Nostradam was a plague doctor in southern France in the 1520s and 1530s. According to his own writings, documented in his treatise Traité des Fardements et Confitures, written around 1555, Nostradamus developed what he called rose pills. a concoction made from rose hips, sawdust from cypress trees, iris, cloves, and other ingredients. He claimed these pills helped patients recover from plague, and his success rate was apparently high enough that he gained a strong reputation. Did his rose pills actually work? Probably not against bubonic plague itself, but they might have provided supportive care. Rose hips contain vitamin C. Other ingredients might have had mild antiseptic properties. More importantly, Nostradamus apparently emphasized hygiene, fresh air, and removing corpses quickly, measures that probably did help reduce transmission, even if he didn't understand the mechanism. Historian Roger Bescher, in his 2000 study Nostradamus' Prophecies of Present Times, suggests that Nostradamus' medical reputation and the wealth he accumulated from treating plague patients allowed him to later retire and focus on his astrological and prophetic writings. His plague work literally funded his later career as a prophet. So in a strange way, we only know Nostradamus today because he successfully monetized plague treatment in his youth. There's another financial aspect to plague that's rarely discussed: inheritance windfalls. Plague killed indiscriminately but disproportionately affected the poor, who lived in crowded, unsanitary conditions. However, it also killed plenty of wealthy people, and when it did, it created sudden wealth transfers. According to economic historian John Hatcher, in his 2008 book The Black Death: A Personal History, the plague outbreaks of the 14th and 15th centuries resulted in one of the largest wealth redistributions in European history. Land, property, and assets changed hands rapidly as plague killed entire family lines. For physicians, including plague doctors, who had access to wealthy patients and their families, there were opportunities. Some physicians were named in wills, receiving bequests from grateful or desperate patients. Others married wealthy widows whose husbands had died of plague. A few inherited property from patients who had no surviving relatives. There's a documented case from Florence in 1630, recorded in the city's notarial archives, of a physician named Giovanni Baldinucci, who treated a wealthy merchant during the plague. The merchant survived, was grateful, and named Baldinucci in his will. When the merchant died several years later, not of plague, just old age, Baldinucci inherited property worth approximately 1,000 scudi, roughly equivalent to $200,000 today. Was Baldinucci opportunistic? Maybe. Did he provide genuine care that the merchant appreciated? Also maybe. It's complicated. The plague doctors faced a genuine dilemma that I think deserves our sympathy. They were asked to treat a disease they didn't understand with methods that didn't work, while risking their own lives. The high fees they charged reflected real risk. According to statistical analysis by historian Old Benedicto, in his 2004 book The Black Death 1346-1353, The Complete History, physicians and clergy, the two professions most exposed to plague patients, died at rates approximately 40 to 50% higher than the general population during outbreaks. Think about that. If you're a physician and you take a contract to treat plague patients, you have nearly a 50% chance of dying yourself. That's Russian roulette level of risk. The high fees start making more sense when you factor in the mortality rate. And for some plague doctors, the gamble didn't pay off. They contracted plague and died, leaving their promised fees unpaid, their families destitute. For every Francesco Ingegneri who survived and got rich, there were unnamed physicians who died in service. So when we judge the plague doctors for their high fees and sometimes questionable practices, we should also acknowledge they were doing dangerous work that most people, including most other physicians, refused to do. The premium compensation was partly hazard pay, and in many cases it was earned. The plague doctor phenomenon essentially ended after the Great Plague of London in 1665, 1666, and the slightly later outbreak in Marseille in 1720-1722. After that, for reasons still debated by historians, possibly related to ship quarantine procedures, possibly to the brown rat replacing the black rat in Europe, possibly to other factors, bubonic plague stopped recurring in Europe, and with it, the profession of plague doctor vanished. The specialized knowledge, the iconic costume, the fee structures, all became obsolete within a generation. It's another example of how disaster creates specialized professions, and when the disaster ends, those professions disappear. Plague doctors were crisis workers, and when the crisis ended permanently, so did their opportunity. What do we learn from the plague doctor's story? I think several things. First, hazard pay is real and justified. When people risk their lives to provide necessary services during crises, they deserve significant compensation. The plague doctors who charged 10 times normal rates weren't being greedy, they were pricing in risk. Second, crisis brings out both the best and worst in people. Some plague doctors genuinely helped and advanced medical knowledge. Others exploited fear and accepted bribes. Most were probably somewhere in between, doing their best in terrible circumstances while also looking out for their own interests. Third, we shouldn't judge historical figures purely by modern standards, but we also shouldn't romanticize them. The plague doctors weren't heroes, but they also weren't villains. They were professionals navigating an impossible situation, trying to survive while providing services that society desperately needed. Does that sound familiar? During COVID-19, we saw similar dynamics. Healthcare workers risking their lives, debates about hazard pay, questions about price gouging for medical supplies, discussions about who's a hero and who's an opportunist. The specifics change, but the underlying dynamics remain remarkably similar across centuries. We've covered some dark territory, witch hunters and plague doctors, both profiting from fear and death in different ways. But let's shift now to something that involves wealth, certainly, but also involves pleasure, culture, and a surprisingly sophisticated economy. I'm talking about courtesans, not just any sex workers, but the elite courtesan class in medieval and Renaissance cities, particularly Venice, who were educated, cultured, politically connected, and sometimes extraordinarily wealthy. These women navigated a society that officially condemned their profession, while simultaneously creating massive demand for their services. And the most successful courtesans accumulated fortunes, owned property, patronized the arts, and wielded influence that even respectable women of their era couldn't access. It's a story about economics, certainly, but it's also about agency, about women finding power in a patriarchal system through unorthodox means, and about the complex relationship between morality and money that medieval society struggled to reconcile. So let's step from plague houses into the salons and palazzos of Renaissance Venice, and meet some women who turned society's double standards into their personal wealth and influence. The night's not over. There are still stories to tell, and this one might surprise you in ways the previous ones haven't. Here's a question that might make you uncomfortable. What if I told you that in Renaissance Venice there were women, sex workers, who owned multiple properties, published poetry that was studied across Europe, dined with cardinals and ambassadors, and accumulated wealth that exceeded most merchants, and that this wasn't scandalous or hidden, but was a recognized semi-official part of the city's economy and culture? Welcome to the world of the honest courtesan, cortigiana onesta in Italian. These weren't street prostitutes. They were educated, cultured, sophisticated women who provided companionship, conversation, and yes, sexual services to the wealthy and powerful. They were essentially running high-end hospitality businesses, In an era when respectable women were confined to domestic roles and had almost no economic independence, and some of them got remarkably rich. More importantly, they gained a form of personal freedom and social influence that was almost impossible for women to achieve through any other path. This story is complicated. It's about economics, but also about gender, power, agency, and the ways people navigate systems that are rigged against them. Let's approach it with honesty and nuance. First, let's be clear about what we're talking about. Medieval and Renaissance cities had complex sex work hierarchies. At the bottom were street prostitutes, poor women, often desperate, working in terrible conditions for survival. This was exploitation, pure and simple, and there's nothing romantic about it. But at the top, particularly in Venice, Rome, and a few other wealthy Italian cities, were the courtesans, and the distinction was significant. According to historian Margaret F. Rosenthal, in her 1992 book The Honest Courtesan, Veronica Franco, Citizen and Writer in 16th Century Venice, the courtesan class emerged in the 15th and 16th centuries as a response to specific economic and social conditions. Venice was immensely wealthy, filled with merchants, diplomats, and foreign visitors. There was enormous demand for sophisticated female companionship, but respectable Venetian women were kept in strict seclusion, rarely appearing in public or social settings. Courtesans filled that gap. They hosted salons, attended parties, participated in cultural life. They were educated. Many could read, write, speak multiple languages, discuss philosophy, recite poetry. They dressed in expensive clothes, lived in beautiful homes, and moved through the same social circles as nobles and wealthy merchants. And yes, they provided sexual services. But that was just one aspect of what they offered. They were companions, confidants, entertainers, cultural participants. Let me introduce you to Veronica Franco, probably the most famous courtesan of Renaissance Venice. Franco was born in 1546 to a middle-class family. Her mother had been a courtesan, which gave Veronica access to the education and training necessary for the profession. And Veronica took that education seriously. She learned Latin, studied poetry, read classical literature. According to records compiled by historian Rosenthal by her mid-20s, Veronica Franco was not just a successful courtesan, she was a published poet. Her book, Terze Rime, published in 1575, was a collection of poems that demonstrated serious literary skill and was reviewed favourably by male intellectuals of the time. Think about that. A sex worker publishing poetry and being taken seriously as a literary figure. It seems almost impossible, but it happened. Veronica Franco's client list, documented in various letters and records, included King Henry III of France during his visit to Venice in 1574. She hosted him at her home, conversed with him in French, and allegedly had a brief affair with him. This wasn't a transaction in a brothel. This was a king being entertained by a cultured woman in her own palazzo. So let's talk money. How wealthy did courtesans like Veronica Franco actually become? According to Venetian tax records from the late 16th century, analysed by historian Guido Ruggiero in his 1985 book The Boundaries of Eros, Sex, Crime and Sexuality in Renaissance Venice, the most successful courtesans declared assets worth 2,000 to 5,000 ducats. That's equivalent to roughly $400,000 to $1 million in today's purchasing power. Veronica Franco's estate inventory, taken after her death in 1591, listed property worth approximately 3,500 ducats. She owned her house in Venice, a substantial property, plus furnishings, jewellery, clothing and books. Her personal library contained over 100 volumes, which for that era was impressive even for educated men. But here's what's crucial, that wealth was hers. In Renaissance Venice, Married women couldn't own property independently. Their assets belonged to their husbands or fathers. But courtesans, precisely because they existed outside the normal social structures, had economic independence. The money they earned, the property they bought, it was theirs to control. Historian Maria Pia Pedani, in her 2003 article, Venetian Courtesans in the Renaissance, notes that courtesans often invested in property, loaned money at interest, and managed their assets with sophistication equal to male merchants. They had to. They couldn't rely on husbands or families for support. Their wealth was their security. But how did the business model actually work? How did courtesans earn their money? According to a fascinating document called The Tariff of All the Principal and Most Honoured Courtesans of Venice, published anonymously in 1565 and preserved in the Marciana Library in Venice, courtesans charged fees that varied based on their reputation and services. The document, essentially a catalogue of courtesans with brief descriptions and price information, lists rates ranging from 2 to 20 scudi per encounter for the most elite courtesans. For context, 2 scudi was roughly equivalent to a week's wages for a skilled worker. 20 scudi was a month's wages for a master craftsman. But the catalogue is actually misleading because it only lists sexual transaction fees. The real money for top courtesans came from longer-term arrangements, gifts, allowances, property transfers from wealthy patrons who wanted ongoing relationships. Veronica Franco's correspondence, collected and translated by Margaret Rosenthal, includes letters negotiating these arrangements. In one letter, she discusses with a wealthy client the terms of an extended relationship. He would provide her with a monthly allowance of 10 ducats, cover certain household expenses, and give her gifts on specific occasions. In exchange, she would be available for his companionship exclusively during certain times. It's essentially a retainer contract. She was being hired on a long-term consulting basis, not just for one-time transactions. The Venetian government had a complex relationship with courtesans. Officially, the church condemned prostitution, but practically, Venetian authorities recognized it was inevitable in a wealthy port city, and they tried to regulate and control it rather than eliminate it. According to historian Elisabeth Pavon, in her 1980 study Police des Mœurs, Société et politique à Venise à la fin du Moyen Âge, Venice maintained official registry of courtesans. Women had to register, pay annual fees, and follow certain regulations, where they could live, what they could wear in public, etc. But here's the thing, those registration fees and various taxes on courtesans generated significant revenue for the city. Historian Guido Ruggiero estimates that in the late 16th century, taxes and fees from courtesans represented approximately 1 to 2% of Venice's total tax revenue. 1 to 2% might not sound like much, but it's equivalent to entire industries. The government was profiting substantially from sex work while simultaneously condemning it morally. The hypocrisy was blatant but economically rational. Courtesans also contributed to Venice's cultural prestige. When foreign dignitaries visited, courtesans were often part of the entertainment, showcasing Venetian sophistication and culture. According to diplomat Philippe de Comines, who visited Venice in 1494 and wrote extensive memoirs, courtesans were presented to visiting dignitaries as examples of Venetian refinement. The city was literally using courtesans as soft power in international relations, but this world had darkness too. Let's not romanticize it too much. Courtesans existed in a precarious position. They had economic freedom and social mobility that other women didn't, but they also faced constant vulnerability. They could be arrested for minor infractions of regulations. They were excluded from churches and certain public spaces. They couldn't marry respectably. Their children were illegitimate and faced social stigma. And many courtesans, maybe most, didn't end up wealthy like Veronica Franco. For every successful courtesan who owned property and published poetry, there were dozens who struggled, who aged out of the profession without savings, who fell into poverty in their old age. Veronica Franco herself, despite her earlier success, faced financial difficulties in her later years. According to historian Rosenthal, after Franco spoke out against certain church practices and defended herself against Inquisition charges, she was accused of practicing magic, charges that were dropped but damaged her reputation. Her client base diminished. She died in 1591 in modest circumstances, her wealth depleted. So even the success stories often had sad endings. There's another aspect we should address. Many women didn't choose this profession freely. While some women, like Veronica Franco, who was trained by her courtesan mother, entered the profession with some agency, others were forced into it by poverty, family pressure, or outright coercion. Historian Tessa Story, in her 2008 book Carnal Commerce in Counter-Reformation Rome, documents that many courtesans were women from poor families who saw no other economic options. The choice was between sex work or starvation. That's not really a choice. So while we can acknowledge the economic success and cultural contributions of elite courtesans, we also need to recognize that the system was built on limited options for women. These women made the best of bad circumstances, and some of them thrived. But the circumstances themselves were unjust. What lessons do we take from the courtesan economy? I think several things. First, people find agency however they can. Medieval women had almost no legitimate paths to economic independence. Courtesans found a path that worked within the constraints of their society, and some of them used it remarkably well. Second, society's relationship with sex work has always been hypocritical. Publicly condemn it, privately profit from it, officially regulate it. That pattern existed in Renaissance Venice, and it exists today in most societies. The specific laws and moral frameworks change, but the underlying hypocrisy remains consistent. Third, economic independence matters enormously. Courtesans valued their wealth not just for luxury, but because it gave them autonomy that married women, even wealthy married women, didn't have. Control over your own finances translates to control over your own life. Fourth, we need to hold multiple truths simultaneously. Yes, elite courtesans achieved remarkable things: wealth, education, cultural influence, and yes, the system that created these opportunities was fundamentally unjust, built on women's lack of options and society's sexual double standards. Both things are true. From the courtesan palaces of Venice, we're going to shift to something that seems completely different, but actually shares some surprising parallels: the monopoly power of millers in medieval villages. Wait, millers? The people who grind grain into flour? Yes, because in just a moment, we're going to discover that controlling an essential service that everyone needs, like turning grain into bread, can make you just as wealthy and just as controversial as any courtesan, spice merchant, or tournament champion. The millers had something called soak rights, feudal monopolies that forced everyone in a village to use the lord's mill and pay the miller's fees. And those fees? They were substantial. The millers were universally disliked, often accused of cheating their customers, and yet many of them became surprisingly wealthy. It's another story about monopoly, about limited options, about people exploiting positions of power in economic systems. But this time, we're talking about something as basic as bread, and how controlling access to a necessity can build a fortune while making you the most hated person in the village. So let's leave the sophisticated salons of Venice and head to muddy medieval villages, to watermills and windmills, to the grinding stones where grain became flour and millers became wealthy. One sack of grain at a time, always with their thumb on the scale. The journey through strange medieval wealth continues. We're almost at the end now. Just a few more stories to share before dawn. Every person in a medieval village needed one thing absolutely: bread. And to make bread, you needed flour. And to make flour, you needed someone to grind your grain. And here's where things get interesting. In most medieval villages, you couldn't just grind your grain anywhere. You were legally required to use the Lord's mill, and the Lord's miller charged fees that everyone complained about but everyone had to pay. This was called a milling monopoly, or soak rights, and it was one of the most resented features of medieval life. Peasants hated it. They accused millers of cheating, of keeping their thumb on the scale to steal grain, of charging unfair prices. Medieval literature is full of negative portrayals of millers as dishonest and greedy. And you know what? The millers probably were taking advantage. Because when you have a monopoly on an essential service, when people literally cannot eat without using your services, you have extraordinary economic power. And some millers use that power to become surprisingly wealthy, often wealthier than the peasants they served, sometimes even wealthier than minor knights. This is a story about local monopolies, about mandatory patronage, and about how controlling one essential choke point in an economy can build lasting wealth, even if it makes you the most hated person in the village. Let's start with the legal structure, because understanding the system helps us understand the economics. Under feudal law in medieval England and much of Europe, lords held milling rights, the exclusive right to operate mills within their territory. Peasants who lived on that land were required by law to bring their grain to the lord's mill. They couldn't build their own mills. They couldn't go to a neighbouring village's mill. They had to use the lord's mill and pay the fees. This is documented extensively in legal records. Historian Mark Bloch, in his 1961 classic work Feudal Society, describes these soak rights as one of the fundamental economic privileges of lordship. The Domesday Book, the Great Survey of England completed in 1086 and still preserved at the National Archives in Kew, lists over 6,000 mills across England, each representing a local monopoly. The fees varied but were typically multure. The miller kept a portion of the grain as payment. According to records analysed by historian John Langdon in his 2004 book, Mills in the Medieval Economy, standard multure rates in 13th and 14th century England were approximately 16th to 20th of the grain. So if you brought 20 pounds of wheat to be ground, the miller would keep 1 pound as his fee. That might not sound like much, but multiply it across every peasant household in the village, multiple times per year, and it adds up to substantial income. But here's where millers allegedly made extra money: by cheating. The accusation that appears constantly in medieval records is that millers would keep their thumb on the scale, literally using their thumb to make the scale tip so it looked like you'd received more flour than you actually got. They'd weigh out your flour, hand it to you in sacks, but through various tricks, you'd end up with less than you were owed. Historian Elaine Clark, in her 1981 study, Medieval Labour Law in English Local Courts, documents numerous cases brought before manorial courts accusing millers of fraud. In one case from 1315 in the manor of Wakefield, a miller named Thomas was accused by multiple villagers of false measure and taking excessive toll. The case records show that witnesses claim Thomas regularly shortchanged customers by £2 to £3 per sack. If Thomas was grinding grain for, say, 50 households per week, and stealing an average of £2 per customer, that's £100 of extra grain per week, roughly 2 full sacks. Over a year, that's over 100 sacks of grain, worth perhaps £5 to £10 sterling. A substantial sum when a peasant household's total cash income might be £2 to £3 per year. Was Thomas convicted? Actually, no. The Lord's representative ruled that the evidence was insufficient, which raises an interesting question. Were the Lords protecting their millers because the millers were making the Lords wealthy too? Here's how the deeper economics worked. Millers typically didn't own the mills. The Lord owned the mill. The miller was essentially a lessee or contractor who paid the Lord an annual rent for the right to operate the mill and keep the fees. According to records from the Westminster Abbey estates, analysed by historian Barbara Harvey in her 1977 book Westminster Abbey and its Estates in the Middle Ages, mills on abbey lands were typically leased to millers for annual rents of 20 to 60 shillings, £1 to £3, depending on the mill's size and location. So from the Lord's perspective, the mill was a guaranteed income stream, the annual rent, plus the assurance that the monopoly kept peasants from seeking alternatives. From the miller's perspective, he paid fixed rent but could maximise his income through the volume of grain processed, and allegedly through creative accounting. The incentive structure encouraged millers to grind as much grain as possible and to maximise the multure they kept, whether through official fees or unofficial theft. And the peasants? They had no choice but to participate in this system. Attempting to grind grain elsewhere or building an unauthorised hand mill was illegal and punishable by fines or even imprisonment. Let me tell you about a specific conflict that illustrates just how much the milling monopoly was resented. The hand mill controversy. In the late 13th and early 14th centuries, some peasants tried to avoid the Lord's mill by using small hand mills, called querns, to grind their own grain at home. These were simple stone devices that could grind small amounts of grain, enough for a family's daily bread. Lords responded by banning hand mills entirely. According to historian Rodney Hilton in his 1973 book Bondmen Made Free, there are numerous court records from this period of lords confiscating hand mills from peasants and imposing fines. One famous case comes from the Abbey of St Albans. In 1331, during a peasant uprising, rebels broke into the abbey and found the floors paved with millstones confiscated from villagers who had tried to grind their own grain. The rebels tore up these millstones and distributed the pieces among themselves as symbols of their resistance against the milling monopoly. Think about that image. Floors paved with confiscated millstones. It's simultaneously absurd and tragic. The abbey had been confiscating these tools for so long that they'd accumulated enough to literally use as building materials. It's a physical monument to the enforcement of monopoly power. So how wealthy did millers actually become? The evidence is scattered across various records, but we can piece together a picture. The lay subsidy rolls, medieval tax records from England, preserved in the National Archives, show that millers were typically taxed at rates indicating wealth in the upper portion of village populations. According to analysis by historian Christopher Dyer in his 1989 book, Standards of Living in the Later Middle Ages, millers in 14th century England were typically assessed for tax at levels equal to or above prosperous farmers, and sometimes approaching minor gentry. A specific example, in the 1327 lay subsidy for the county of Suffolk, a miller named John at Muln was assessed at 12 pence, placing him in approximately the top 20% of taxpayers in his village. His movable goods were worth more than most of his neighbours, suggesting accumulated wealth from years of operating the mill monopoly. There are also records of millers purchasing land. According to historian Edward Miller's 1951 study, The Abbey and Bishopric of Ely, several millers on Ely estates in the 14th century purchased small parcels of land, indicating they'd accumulated capital beyond what most peasants could manage. One miller, William Mulner, purchased 3 acres of land in 1349 for 40 shillings, a substantial sum indicating he had cash savings from his milling operations. So yes, millers were generally wealthier than the average villager. Not rich by noble standards, but definitely comfortable, and definitely resented for it. The resentment appears constantly in medieval literature. Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, written in the late 1390s, includes a miller character who is portrayed as coarse, dishonest, and physically imposing, using his strength to intimidate customers. The miller in the tale is described as one who could steal corn and charge thrice over, a direct reference to the widespread belief that millers cheated their customers. This wasn't just Chaucer. Historian Terence Scully, in his 1995 book The Art of Cookery in the Middle Ages, notes that across medieval European literature, in French fabliaux, German tales, Italian stories, millers are consistently portrayed negatively. They're the stock villain of peasant stories, the character everyone loves to hate. Why? Because everyone depended on them, everyone suspected they were cheating, and no one could do anything about it because the system was legally enforced. It's worth thinking about modern parallels. Are there services today that everyone needs, that are effectively monopolies, that people suspect of unfair practices but feel powerless to avoid? Utility companies, internet service providers, healthcare in some regions. The specific technology changes, but the dynamics of mandatory patronage of essential services and the resentment it creates, those patterns persist. There's another aspect to the miller's monopoly. Different types of mills had different economics. Water mills, powered by rivers and streams, were the most common and most valuable. According to the Domesday Book, approximately 85 to 90% of English mills in 1086 were water mills. They were efficient, reliable, and represented significant capital investment. A water mill in 1300 cost approximately £10 to £20 to build, equivalent to several years of a skilled craftsman's income, but could operate for decades with maintenance. Windmills appeared later, around the 12th century, and were typically built in areas without reliable water sources. According to historian John Langdon, windmills were slightly less reliable. Wind is less predictable than water flow, but still profitable. A windmill might be built for £8 to £15 and could generate similar income to a watermill in windy regions. The lord who invested in building a mill was making a smart economic decision. High upfront cost, but decades of monopoly income. And the miller who leased the mill was also making a good bet. Fixed rent, but unlimited upside through volume and fees. The only people not benefiting? The peasants who had no choice but to pay. The milling monopoly began to erode slowly over the 14th and 15th centuries, particularly after the Black Death. With population decline, labour became more valuable, and peasants had slightly more bargaining power. Some lords reduced multure rates to keep peasants from fleeing to areas with better terms. Some villages negotiated collective agreements for lower fees, and eventually, as feudalism broke down and market economies developed, the legal requirement to use the lord's mill weakened. By the 16th and 17th centuries, alternative milling options became more common, competition increased, and the miller's monopoly gradually disappeared. But for several centuries, controlling that one essential service, turning grain into flour, was a reliable path to local wealth and prosperity. Not spectacular wealth, not noble fortunes, but comfortable, steady income that elevated millers above their neighbours and made them figures of resentment and grudgingly necessity. We've journeyed through 14 different paths to medieval wealth: rat catchers, relic sellers, alchemists, indulgence salesmen, spice merchants, executioners, jesters, manuscript illuminators, tournament champions, wool merchants, witch hunters, plague doctors, courtesans, and millers. Each found a different way to accumulate fortune in a world very different from ours, yet strangely familiar in its economic dynamics. But for our final story, I want to return to where many medieval people started, at the very bottom. Because while we've talked about people who got rich through unusual professions, what about those who started with absolutely nothing, not even freedom, and somehow climbed their way out? What about the serfs, the unfree peasants bound to the land, who managed against overwhelming odds to buy their freedom and build independent lives? This happened far less often than the other stories we've told. Social mobility was rare, and escaping serfdom was extraordinarily difficult. But it did happen, and those rare success stories of people born in bondage who died free and prosperous, those might be the most inspiring tales of all. So for our final chapter, let's explore the ultimate medieval rags-to-riches story, the serf who bought freedom. These are stories about hope against odds, about using every tiny advantage, about the human desire for autonomy that persists even in the most rigid social systems. The night is almost over. The dawn approaches, but we have one last story to share, perhaps the most difficult, most unlikely, and most fundamentally human story of them all. Imagine being born into a world where you're not free, where the law says you belong to the land, and the land belongs to a lord, and therefore you belong to that lord. You cannot leave, you cannot choose your profession, you cannot marry without permission. You work the lord's fields multiple days per week without pay. You pay fees to inherit your father's land. You pay fees to marry. You pay fees when you die. This was the reality for millions of people in medieval Europe. They were serfs, unfree peasants, bound to the land by law and custom, and for most of them there was no escape. They were born serfs, they lived as serfs, they died as serfs, and their children became serfs after them. But not all of them. A tiny fraction, maybe 1 or 2% over their lifetimes, managed to escape. Some saved enough money to buy their freedom. Some fled to cities where, after living there for a year and a day, they legally became free. Some took advantage of the chaos after the Black Death, when labour became so valuable that lords were forced to make concessions. These stories are rare. That's what makes them remarkable. Because when the entire legal, economic and social system is designed to keep you in place, and you still manage to break free and build something better, that represents triumph against extraordinary odds. For our final story, let's explore how the impossible sometimes became possible. Let's talk about the serfs who bought their freedom. First, we need to understand just how unfree serfs actually were, because modern people often underestimate how restrictive the system was. According to historian Paul Friedman, in his 1999 book, Images of the Medieval Peasant, serfs in most of medieval Europe faced multiple legal disabilities. They could not leave their lord's manor without permission. They owed labour services, typically 2 to 4 days per week working the lord's fields. They paid heriot, a death tax, usually their best animal when they died. They paid merchi, a marriage tax requiring permission and payment to marry. They paid tallage, arbitrary taxes levied at the lord's discretion. They were subject to the lord's manorial court, not the king's justice. In England, according to the 100 Rolls, a survey from 1279 to 1280, preserved in the National Archives, approximately 30 to 40% of the rural population were serfs. In parts of Eastern Europe, the percentage was even higher. Being a serf wasn't slavery exactly. Serfs couldn't be bought and sold as individuals, and they had some customary rights. But it was definitely unfree. Your entire life was constrained by obligations you were born into and couldn't escape. So how did someone escape? The most direct path was manumission, formal legal release from serfdom, usually by purchasing freedom. According to manorial court records analysed by historian Rosamund Faith, in her 1984 study, The English Peasantry and the Growth of Lordship. The price of freedom varied widely but was typically substantial, anywhere from 20 shillings to £5 in 14th century England. To put that in perspective, a serf household might have total cash income of 20 to 40 shillings per year after subtracting subsistence needs. So buying freedom might cost anywhere from half a year's disposable income to several years' worth. It was like saving up to buy a house, possible, but requiring years of sacrifice and savings. Where did serfs get this money? Several ways. Selling surplus production. If you could grow extra vegetables, raise extra chickens, or produce cheese or wool beyond your household needs, you could sell these at market for cash. Wage labour. Some serfs would work as paid labourers during harvest season or on days when they weren't required to work the lord's fields. The wages were low, typically 2 to 3 pence per day, but over years it added up. Family pooling. Sometimes multiple family members would save together over decades to purchase one person's freedom, with the hope that freed person could then help free others. Craft work. Serfs with specialised skills, blacksmithing, carpentry, weaving, could sometimes earn extra income during off-season. According to historian Christopher Dyer, in his 2002 book Making a Living in the Middle Ages, successful peasant households could sometimes save 10 to 20 shillings per year if they were frugal, lucky with harvests, and healthy enough to avoid medical expenses. At that rate, buying freedom was achievable in 2 to 5 years of dedicated saving. Difficult but not impossible. Let me tell you about a specific case that illustrates the process. In the manor of Hanseatic in Worcestershire, England, court rolls from 1270 record the manumission of a serf named Richard le Smith. Richard was a blacksmith, hence his surname, which gave him a marketable skill beyond basic agriculture. According to the court records transcribed and analysed by historian Zvirazi in his 1980 book Life, Marriage and Death in a Medieval Parish, Richard paid his lord 40 shillings for his freedom and that of his wife and children. 40 shillings, £2, was a substantial sum. But Richard had been saving for years from his smithing work. The court record notes that Richard had previously paid smaller fees to gain permission to work as a smith in the nearby town of Hanseatic, which suggests he'd been building toward this goal for a long time. Once freed, Richard moved to the town, established his own smithy, and according to tax records from 1275, was assessed at a level indicating he'd become a prosperous craftsman, wealthier than he could ever have been as a serf smith working part-time. Freedom had economic value. Richard didn't just gain personal liberty. He gained the ability to work full-time at his craft, to keep all his earnings, to pass his business to his children without owing death taxes. The 40 shillings he paid was an investment that returned dividends for the rest of his life. The Black Death in 1347-1353 created unusual opportunities for social mobility. When the plague killed 30 to 60% of Europe's population, suddenly labour became extremely valuable. Serfs could, for the first time, negotiate. According to historian John Hatcher's 2008 book The Black Death: A Personal History, in the decades after the plague, many English lords found they couldn't enforce traditional labour services. Serfs would simply leave and go work for wages elsewhere, knowing that desperate lords would hire them without asking questions about their legal status. The English Parliament tried to prevent this with the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility, but it was largely unenforceable. Lords needed workers more than workers needed any particular lord. This led to a wave of manumissions, lords offering freedom in exchange for money rents rather than labour services. According to records compiled by historian Pamela Nightingale in her 1996 article, the growth of London in the medieval English economy, between 1350 and 1400, the percentage of the English population in serfdom declined from approximately 35 to 40% to around 10-15%. The Black Death, as horrifying as it was, accidentally created the conditions for mass social mobility. The labour shortage gave unfree people bargaining power they'd never had before. Another path to freedom was urban migration. Many medieval cities had a custom. If a serf lived in the city for a year and a day without being reclaimed by their lord, they became legally free. The German saying was Stadtluft macht frei. City air makes you free. According to historian Stephen Epstein in his 1991 book, Wage Labour and Guilds in Medieval Europe, this custom existed across much of medieval Europe precisely because cities needed workers and wanted to attract migrants. Lords tried to prevent serfs from fleeing to cities, but they couldn't monitor everyone, especially during busy agricultural seasons when serfs might slip away. Historian Derek Keane, in his 1985 study of medieval Winchester, found evidence that approximately 20 to 30% of urban residents in 14th and 15th century English towns were probably fugitive serfs or their descendants. They'd fled the countryside, established themselves in cities, and after the year and a day waiting period gained legal freedom. This wasn't easy. You arrived in a city with nothing, had to find work, avoid your lord's agents if they came looking for you, and survive for a year and a day before you were safe. Many failed and returned to serfdom. Others died. Cities were unhealthy places with high mortality rates. But some succeeded and built new lives. There's a documented case from the city of Coventry in 1381, where a former serf named John Coleman had successfully lived in the city for over a year, established a small leather-working business, and was formally recognised as a free burgess of the city. His former lord tried to reclaim him, but the city council rejected the claim, citing the year-and-a-day rule. John Coleman lived the rest of his life as a free craftsman. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 in England represented a massive uprising demanding, among other things, the end of serfdom. According to historian Rodney Hilton's 1973 book, Bond Men Made Free, tens of thousands of peasants, both serfs and free peasants, marched on London, demanding the abolition of serfdom and the reduction of feudal dues. The revolt was ultimately crushed, and its leader, Wat Tyler, was killed. King Richard II initially promised concessions, including the end of serfdom, but reneged once the rebels dispersed. The immediate political goals failed, but the revolt had lasting economic effects. Lords became more cautious about enforcing harsh terms. More manumissions were granted. The transition from labour services to money rents accelerated. Serfdom didn't end immediately. It would persist in parts of England until the 15th century, and in parts of Eastern Europe until the 19th century. But the trajectory was set. The rebellion, even in failure, demonstrated that the system could be challenged, and that awareness changed the dynamics of lord-serf relationships permanently. By 1500, serfdom had largely disappeared in Western Europe, replaced by various forms of tenant farming and wage labour. People were still poor, still struggled, still faced inequality, but they were legally free. They could move, choose occupations, marry without permission. This transformation, from a society where a third of the population was legally unfree to one where nearly everyone had basic legal freedom, represents one of the most significant social changes in European history, and it happened partly through formal legal changes, partly through economic forces, the labour shortage after the Black Death, but also partly through individual choices, the thousands of serfs who saved money, bought freedom, fled to cities, or simply refused to comply with obligations they considered unjust. Each individual story was small, Richard Le Smith paying 40 shillings for freedom, John Coleman hiding in Coventry for a year and a day, unnamed serfs slipping away to towns during harvest season. But collectively, these individual acts of resistance and aspiration reshaped society. So what do we take from this final story? What's the meaning of this long journey through 15 different paths to medieval wealth? I think it's this. People have always found ways to improve their situations, even in systems designed to prevent that improvement, whether it's through unusual professions like rat-catching or jesting, through exploiting monopolies like millers or exploiting fear like witch hunters, through risking death like plague doctors or tournament champions, through creativity like alchemists or manuscript illuminators, or through sheer persistence like serfs saving for decades to buy freedom. Humans are endlessly inventive when it comes to pursuing wealth and autonomy. Not all these paths were ethical. Some were exploitative, some were cruel, some were built on suffering. But they all show us something about human nature, about economics, about the relationship between power and money, about how societies actually function beneath their official rules and moral pronouncements. And maybe most importantly, these stories remind us that our modern world isn't as different as we think. We still have people profiting from fear, still have monopolies controlling essential services, still have crises creating opportunities for some while devastating others, still have rigid systems that some people manage to navigate or escape. The specific mechanisms change. The underlying patterns, those are remarkably constant across centuries. We started this journey in darkness, hours ago, talking about rat catchers in plague-ridden cities. We explored relic fraud, alchemical promises, indulgence sales, spice fortunes, executioners' inheritances, jesters' wit, illuminators' art, tournament glory, wool empires, witch-hunting evil, plague doctor hazard pay, courtesan salons, miller monopolies, and finally, the slow, difficult climb from bondage to freedom. 15 different ways people got rich in the Middle Ages. 15 windows into a world that was stranger, more complex, more morally ambiguous, and more economically sophisticated than we usually imagine. The Middle Ages weren't just knights and castles and religious devotion. They were also entrepreneurs and hustlers, scammers and innovators, people exploiting opportunities and people fighting against oppression, humans being fully human, creative, greedy, brave, cruel, generous, calculating, hopeful, and endlessly inventive. And now, as dawn approaches and this long night of stories comes to an end, I hope you'll drift off with a different perspective on the medieval world, and maybe on our own world too. Because the questions these medieval people faced, how do I survive? How do I prosper? How do I gain freedom? What am I willing to do for money? What lines won't I cross? Those are questions we still ask ourselves every day. The answers change. The questions remain eternal. Thank you for staying with me through this long journey. Thank you for listening to these strange stories of medieval wealth. And may you sleep well, dream deeply, and wake tomorrow with a little more understanding of how complex, how fascinating, and how endlessly surprising human history truly is. Good night.